and welcome to .conf 23. I'm Audra Streetman. We're broadcasting live this morning from Splunk Studios in the Venetian here in Las Vegas, joined by Kirsty Payne. Kirsty, how are you today?
Yeah, I'm great. Feeling very awake, actually, for 8 o'clock in the morning, I have to say. Yeah, how are you?
Pretty good. Still waking up, but we're here. We're excited, ready to go. Day 2 of .conf. We're about to kick off the product keynote coming up in about 30 minutes, and it's going to be exciting to hear a little bit more in depth about some of the product announcements that we have. I mean, yesterday we had our main keynote where we announced a new partnership with Azure, which is really exciting, and then also Edge Hub, the launch of Edge Hub. What did you think about that?
I was in the audience for that, and I saw a lot of people taking their phones out, taking some photos. There's a lot of good buzz around that, and I think the Azure stuff is really well received. And if you want to go check out more on Edge Hub, of course, you can always head over to the Pavilion, where we've got a fantastic stand you can really explore and get some hands-on view of what it can do. So yeah, I think it was really good, actually.
Yeah, I love the demonstration to be able to actually see the conveyor belt and see the impact of Edge Hub and operational technology, right? And how that can blend with your observability and keeping an eye on that, because that's, it's very important in those shop floor environments. So, and I also, before we dive into some of the other events happening today, I wanted to do some shameless self-promotion, right, Kirsty?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take our platform while we have it. Go.
Right, we have this opportunity, and we wanted to talk a bit. Kirsty and I co-host a podcast. It's called The Security Detail. We actually just launched it in June. So if you have time this week or when you get home, feel free to search for The Security Detail. And basically, it's about cyber threats in different industries. So each episode, we cover a different industry. We've done manufacturing, and we've done public sector, 2 public sector episodes. And what else?
Telco,
telecommunications, and all big industries, right? And manufacturing ties in a lot with Edge Hub too as well. We learned a lot about operational technology and how that ties into the threat landscape and your attack surface. So highly recommend it. I know that's, of course,
it's a bit self-promoting, but we've got to, right? It's a really good listen, and actually I've had some very unbiased friends tell me that it's a really good way to just listen and kind of get a feel for a vertical that you work in or you don't, and a really good exposure to the range of security problems that people see in those different industries. And of course, Audra and I, we make great co-hosts, so definitely go check it out. The Security Detail, have a download.
Yep, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, all those places you can check it out. Podbean is our hosting platform, so definitely want to promote that before we dive into today's events. But back to the product keynote, today's theme is all about building digital resilience. I know that's something we hear again and again, but it's so important, right?
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a good hour and a half, lots of announcements, lots of excitement, and I think it's really great to focus on our product at conferences like this. That's what lots of people are coming for. They want to hear the latest and greatest, so go and check it out. That starts just at 8:30, so just over half an hour. You've got time for breakfast and a coffee. Not that you need it, because that keynote is going to be so exciting that you'll be wide awake, excited to hear about it.
Yeah, and I love with the keynotes how we can actually hear from customers and how they're using our products in their day-to-day. Yesterday we heard from FedEx, which I can't imagine how challenging that must be to track all these packages all the time, and how Splunk can help with that. And today we're hearing about Carnival, so that'll be an interesting use case for building digital resilience.
Yeah.
And what else today? We also have a number of sessions that we're looking forward to.
Well, before we move on to today, can we look at yesterday? Because I think we had some awards, the Splunkies, that going out with our string quartet, which I thought was lovely, a great way to celebrate some of our most innovative and fantastic users of Splunk. We had some guides getting some rewards as well. So that was a really cool session. I really enjoyed that. And the bouncing trampoline artist,
trampoline.
Of course. Yeah,
are we going to see more of that today?
Who knows? I mean, start the rumors. Maybe we can get them back. I thought it was a really good session. So yeah, like you said earlier, we had the Azure partnership that was launched as well, and the Edge Hub, which was launched, and we saw Buttercup going off the conveyor belt at rapid speed. That's a particular highlight for me. But I think something else happened yesterday evening.
Yes,
Audra.
yes.
What was going on yesterday evening?
Yesterday was so fun. We had our version 8 of Boss of the SOC, and if you're not familiar, Boss of the SOC, it's a blue team themed capture the flag that Ryan Kovar actually created. I'm not sure if he's out and about right now, but it's really fun. It's a great, highly realistic a scenario of an attack, and you have to investigate, and there's different scenarios that you go through with a different advanced persistent threat this year. And so it was a lot of fun seeing everyone come out, and this year I helped with putting the questions together, so I didn't hear about too many typos, so that was good.
I mean, minimally, I think it's always such a good fun event, Boss of the SOC. I mean, what was the highlight for you from yesterday? How would you describe the atmosphere? Was it, really fun, but it gets quite late, right? It finishes at midnight. right?
We went all the way past midnight.
Okay,
so, yeah,
wow.
it was because it's it's a 4-hour competition, but time flies when you're doing it because it's just so much fun, and being able to walk around and help people with questions and see them engaged with Splunk and learning through the process. It's always really exciting. So
that's great. It's a great start to the week. We have Splunk University, then we have Boss of the SOC, and then we have today, Tuesday. What's coming up today, Audra?
Right. So today we have the product keynote, and then we have a whole bunch of sessions. And there's a couple I wanted to highlight, things that I'm really looking forward to. And the first one, this is Marcus LaFerrera and Ryan Kovar, both on Surge, which is the team that I'm on at Splunk. We're a strategic security research team, and we do different long-form research projects. We also respond to high-profile security incidents. So Log4Shell, for instance, that was a big one that we responded to, and we put out blogs within 24 hours of that.
I had a customer come up to me yesterday and say our response to Log4j was the best response they had of all the vendors, everyone. And that was a completely unsolicited compliment. So I truly believe it's veracity,
Yeah, we have a whole process that we go through where we analyze different incidents as they come up to determine the impact and whether or not a rapid response is warranted. And Log4Shell was a great example of, we knew pretty fast that one was going to be big. The Log4j library is very ubiquitous. And when we saw that happen, I remember it was December 10th is the day that came out. It was a Friday, and we had a blog out right away, and then we worked through the weekend.
A few people were on their Christmas dues, I think, on that day. So they remember
December.
it too. Yeah, it's always December. Thankfully, we had a Christmas last year, but you never know. Let's see what 2023 holds.
Yeah, so the year prior, it was SolarWinds, and we put out a rapid response for that, and then Log4Shell. And so that's going to be what that talks about. Marcus and Ryan are going to talk a little bit about how we approach those rapid responses, what we've learned from that, and then also how that can provide insight for customers and also the broader community when these incidents happen. And before the dust even settles, some early detections and what people need to know in order to navigate those incidents with confidence. Because when it first happens, there's a lot of murkiness about what is going on, what do we need to do, how do we respond to this.
So when is that talk? That's today?
Yeah, that talk is happening today. It's let's see here. It's Sec 1871B. And let me see if I can find.
So I'm sure you'll be able to find it. If you look on the schedule, you look for Surge, it'll be right there. If you haven't
downloaded the app, you definitely should. That's how I'm navigating this whole week because
thank goodness for the app.
Too many times to keep track of. Right. But that's one of them that I'm looking forward to that is happening today.
That's great. Maybe I could take the time to promote a bit of European,
yes,
a few European talks. So you might hear from the accent. I'm not from around here. I'm a Brit, but I live in Switzerland. And so I'm here to represent the European point of view. And we've got some fantastic talks from a lot of our European customers today. So we have one at 10 o'clock from National Grid. They're a national energy supplier and infrastructure manager in the UK. We have the Dutch Tax Authority from the Netherlands. They're speaking at 12 o'clock today as well. And we have a UK government panel at 1 o'clock. That's the Department for Work and Pensions and Home Office. If you thought government was boring, you have been misled. That is going to be a really interesting panel looking at how they've harnessed the power of Splunk to achieve really impressive things. And then we have at 3 o'clock BMW. I don't know if there are any car fans around here, but we talk a lot about McLaren. We have BMW speaking today at 3 o'clock. And at 4:15, we have Airbus speaking, which is very exciting. They're French customers, so of course I want to pronounce it Airbus, but there you go. I'm sure you understand. Airbus, massive manufacturer, global footprint, and there'll be a really interesting talk from them as well.
Yeah, it's so exciting to see people come from all over the world for .conf and share their experiences. And so those will be definitely some interesting ones. We also have the peak hunting framework, which Ryan announced during the keynote yesterday. And this is a new threat hunting framework that we've launched. It stands for Prepare, Act, and Execute with Knowledge. And this was created by Dr. Ryan Kovar on the Surge team, and then also David Bianco, who has...
Dr. Ryan Fetterman.
Dr. Ryan Fetterman, oh my gosh.
Firstly, Ryan Kovar's not a doctor.
If Ryan's watching, he'll be like, I'll take the credit.
So Dr. Ryan Fetterman, absolutely.
Dr. Ryan Fetterman, yes. And so they work together to create the peak hunting framework, and they'll kind of go a little bit more in depth on how that works and the different methodologies that they have for threat hunting and how that can kind of differentiate your approach to threat hunting, because it's kind of, some people can be very methodical with how they approach it, but this provides some different avenues that you can look at it.
Yeah, and if you've always done your threat hunting in the same way, you can expect to get largely the same results, right? So never a bad time to look at a different technique, see how that could shake up what you're doing today, and if you can roll that into your current practice, why not? So a great talk to go to, Yep.
And then, so that's happening today at 10:30 this morning, Pacific time. And so very looking forward to that. And then also Blue Team Academy. I wanted to point that out as well, because that's a new training that we're offering this year that I'm very excited about. And this is more analyst focused. So if you work in a SOC environment and maybe you're a little bit new to the industry, right? You might be in the first few years of your career. This is a great opportunity to learn a little bit more about day-to-day practices as a defense analyst. And so this is something that Megan Parsons, Katie Brown, Sydney Howard are all presenting today, a little bit more about their new course that they're offering. And this is going to be on Thursday that we're launching this. But the actual talk, the session is happening today at 12:30 p.m. So definitely worth checking out if you think that's something that you'd be interested in.
It's a very catchy title, Blue Team Academy, very memorable. Yeah. So I think there's something else happening today, possibly something to do with coffee.
Oh yes, Coffee Talk with Serge. Okay. And this is with Ryan Kovar, not Dr. Ryan Kovar, but Ryan Kovar and Mick Baccio and myself will have a Coffee Talk with Serge right here at Splunk Studios, and that starts at 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock, okay.
Yeah, 5 this evening. And we actually have some really exciting guests who are coming on. We have Jake Williams, who is a cybersecurity expert, and he's going to come on and talk about nation state activity and hunting for advanced persistent threats, kind of his observations of trends with that type of activity, which is I'm super excited about.
Yeah, that should be a spicy talk. I look forward to that. Yeah,
we're going to share our spicy hot takes on that topic. So definitely want to tune into that. And then we also have Eva Gilprin, who's coming on, and she's a privacy expert. Okay. So I'll be interviewing her about her takeaways with things like stalkerware, which is something that, I think we don't give enough attention to sometimes with cybersecurity, because it is a real big problem.
Yeah.
Things like that. How do you prioritize your digital privacy on a personal level? And that's one of the topics that we'll discuss. So I'm really looking forward to that. And we'll have another coffee talk. So today at 5 o'clock, and then again on Thursday at noon Pacific, we'll have another coffee talk. So
lots of coffee this week. I think if you're not awake yet, come and join that coffee talk. And at 5 p.m. you'll be buzzing.
Yes, exactly.
So we haven't got a kickoff tomorrow, so we wanted to just touch on some of the most exciting things happening on Wednesday as well. You're here for all your scheduling. We're here to help you. So on Wednesday, the day starts early with a Women in Tech panel and a breakfast at 7:30 at the Lido Ballroom on level 3. I'll be there for sure.
Yes.
Really exciting to have a session like that, to get a kind of group of like-minded people together and really explore some of the aspects of being a woman in tech and getting some very inspirational speakers as well. So I think that should be a fantastic event. Great way to start tomorrow. If you haven't got any plans for breakfast, make that your plan, 7:30 in the Lido Ballroom on level 3.
Yes. Important to have the location, right?
Yes.
Yep, we have that. And then also Bluenomicon. I wanted to talk about Bluenomicon.
What is Bluenomicon, Audra? I've heard this phrase a lot.
So you might see some signs. I actually see one right over there with a cover of Bluenomicon. And this is a book that Serge recently put together. It was a project led by Mick Baccio, where we got more than 20 different experts, cybersecurity leaders and practitioners, to come together and share essays about their experiences and the lessons that they've learned from their career. I thought it was very interesting to read through some of those, and we actually have a panel happening tomorrow evening at 5 o'clock Eastern with a few of the authors who are featured in the book. So you'll get to hear from them about why they chose their topic for the book, some of the takeaways from that, and then whatever other questions Mick wants to ask them. So that's going to be a lot of fun. And we also have copies of Bluenomicon. So if you want to get your hands on a copy, you can stop by the Surge demo booth, which is in the pavilion.
Okay.
And so we'll have plenty of copies out there today, and hoping to hopefully hand all of them out this week.
I have to say, as a security professional, I found that book very interesting, and I know I'm kind of paid by Splunk, so I should say that, but I genuinely found it a great collection of stories and anecdotes and personal experiences. Very relatable, and each chapter is only about 5 or 6 pages, so even I can achieve that. Something great to take with you on the flight home. I can't recommend the book highly enough. So drop by and get your copy.
Yep. Very exciting to have that out and in print format. It was very exciting to see that come out after working on it for so long. So that's another thing that's happening tomorrow. We also have the search party.
The search party. Okay, this is what we're all excited for, right? Yes. So it's tomorrow at 7 p.m. And I don't know if you heard, but what can people expect to see? Well, the theme this year is dark mode. So you can expect to see a lot of neon. And if you haven't packed any neon, don't worry. There'll be some glow sticks going around, I'm sure. Lots of face paint.
We're in Vegas, so if you don't have anything neon, I'm sure you can find it. it.
can find something that lights up for sure. So that's 7 p.m. tomorrow. And we have, of course, DJ Jazzy Jeff, which I have been excited about since the second I found out. DJ Jazzy Jeff? No? I'm really excited.
Yeah, I'm excited too.
I think it's going to be great. It's going to be so good. So I'll definitely be there. I love the search parties every year. After a full week of talks and a lot of interesting content, it's just a great way to let loose and enjoy Vegas for what it has. Yeah.
Definitely, definitely. So very much looking forward to that. And we'll have another kickoff coming up on Thursday at the same time, 8 o'clock Pacific. So we'll be back here with some more highlights from .conf and some other events that you can look forward to. But that's all the time we have for now. And yeah, we'll see you back here on Thursday at 8 a.m.
And head over to the product keynote. We'll see you there.
Product keynote.
Yeah.
welcome Senior Vice President and General Manager of Products and Technology, Tom Casey.
Well, thank you, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of Conf 2023. I got to tell you, the dev team and I are so excited to share the latest innovations across our entire product lineup with you today. And I figure we're here in Vegas, so why not tempt the demo gods a little bit? How about we do nothing but live demos for everything we demo today? All right, by way of quick introduction, I want to let you know that I've been building enterprise platform software for more than 25 years. I've been leading large-scale engineering teams, operations teams for cloud and on-premise, as well as security teams over those times. As somebody who's been both a hands-on developer and a functional leader in this space, I think I have some notion of what your jobs might be like and how hard they can be. Tell me if this sounds familiar to anybody. It's 7 p.m. You just sit down to dinner with your family, because that's when it always happens. Your phone lights up. You get alerts, text messages, notifications. Site performance has started to degrade. You know it's just a matter of time before your boss or one of your peers is going to call you asking questions. It all goes through your mind. Did a recent deploy break something? Is there latency spiking in the back end? Has there been a session spike on the front end services, right? Is a DDoS attack ramping? Or maybe some promotion somewhere is working better than anybody expected. And maybe, just maybe, if you can find this problem fast enough and deploy more capacity, you're going to be a hero tonight. I think you've got tough jobs, securing and running the digital systems that power our world today. And Splunk is your trusted partner in doing so and making your lives and your businesses more resilient. Now, in today's always-on and ever-connected world, we know complexity and event volumes are rising phenomenally. Historically, troubleshooting meant searching for a needle in a haystack. But now, you find yourself searching for ever more needles in ever more haystacks. You probably don't control all of your infrastructure anymore, right? You might be running a collection of public and cloud services, and many of you are still running on-premise services as well. We love microservices. They're great, but they've also expanded our service dependency chains tremendously. Recent research has showed that more than 80% of IT operations teams are dealing with more complex environments now than ever before. And more than 64% of security teams say that they are struggling with disjoint tool chains and disparate islands of data. And that's where Splunk comes in to help. We help you keep your systems running safely no matter what the world throws your way. Splunk gives you visibility so you can catch emerging problems before they become big issues. We help you to resolve problems faster, and we give you the tools you need to explore your data and take advantage of new opportunities as they present themselves. Now, in a world that's asking you all to do a lot more with a lot less, only Splunk enables your IT operations, security operations, and your engineering teams to work better together with the only unified security and observability platform in the market. Let's talk a little about how we enable this. Well, first, it starts with focusing. Security and observability are at the core of our business. It is what we do. We help you detect, investigate, and respond to incidents of all types, regardless of how they originate. Today, we're going to take a look at what's new and what's coming soon across our entire product lineup. You're going to learn how Splunk Enterprise Security is evolving with Enterprise Security, SOAR, and brand new advanced threat detection capabilities to bring more insight, efficiency, and better unification to your SOC. You're going to hear how we've taken our acquired and built products in observability, created an integrated experience, and innovated around the Splunk Observability Cloud so that you can go beyond just putting eyes on your core services towards really making sure you're driving user engagement, gaining efficiency, and improving gross margins in your deployed services. And of course, we're going to talk about the Splunk platform. You're going to learn today how the Splunk platform helps you bridge those islands of data in your environment, making it easier for you to gain access and the visibility that you need, even as environments become increasingly federated. And finally today, you're going to learn how Splunk AI helps to keep you in control while giving you assistance every step of the way in your jobs. Now, I want to remind everybody, Splunk does all of these things at scale that supports the largest enterprises in the world today, and our entire portfolio is designed around this idea of helping you become more digitally resilient. Now, some of you might be wondering, if you're new to Splunk and you're just getting started, or maybe if you're partway on your journey, you're wondering what to do next, where do you go? And we've designed for you a prescriptive path for you to build digital resilience in a way that's right for your organization. Our product strategy is, of course, built to help you make progress along this journey. It starts with gaining baseline visibility into what's happening in your environment by culling your logs and providing you visibility into that, a place Splunk is known to scale and perform very well. And then we progress on this journey to helping you provide the right detections, to denoising your environment so you can focus on action and the things that you need to get done. And then, of course, ultimately, we want to get you to the place where you're moving from a reactive posture to a more proactive one, right? Where you're using advancements in AI to help detect net new trends as they are emerging in your data, new threats, and where you're responding to those increasingly with great orchestrations built out supporting all of your services. Now, in addition to that product portfolio, our customer success teams, our broad partner network that we have, and this entire community are all here to support and help you on your journey towards greater resilience in your organizations. I do want to make a note here, which is out in the Source Pavilion, where all of the booths are at. You have an opportunity to stop by the Success Zone and visit with Splunkers and learn how you can build your own prescriptive path that matches where you are in your organization and what you want to do going forward. So go check that out right after this session, if you will. Now, fundamentally, I would say we recognize that every business is at its own place in its security and observability journey. And our applications and our network, our community, we want to meet you where you are. We're going to talk about just a few customers that I wanted to highlight that are already partway down the path on their journey and some of the wins that they've got. First up, Carnival is a French retailer. They're the 8th largest in the world. They've adopted Splunk Enterprise Security and the Splunk Cloud Platform, and now they're able to respond to incidents 3 times faster than they could before because they've got good baseline visibility that allows them to get quickly to taking action. Next up, let's talk about Rappi. Rappi is a commerce and a delivery company who turned to the Splunk Observability Cloud to help them monitor their infrastructure, their applications and deployed services, and their user engagement. They're now seeing 90% faster mean time to resolution for incidents in their environment. They are an example of a company that is baking observability into everything they do from the very beginning using the Splunk Observability Cloud. And finally, I want to highlight the Manpower Group. Manpower Group is the world's leading staffing organization. They put more than 600,000 people to work in more than 70 territories around the world every day. Just incredible. And in addition to using Splunk security and observability products to help keep their services running and their people safe every day, they've also turned to the Splunk platform to help gain summary visibility into what's happening in their SOC and get those reports out to senior executives and to important partner teams across the organization. That process used to take upwards of 60 hours of spreadsheet jockeying and other work, and it's now been reduced to less than 1 hour. Great improvements for all of these companies, things we're pleased to see. Now, Splunk's been known as an innovator, and we continue to innovate. We're picking up the pace of delivery. This is a list of just some of the things that we have released since the beginning of this year or that are coming very soon to you. In most cases, you're going to be able to go home and use all of this stuff right now. Where something's not generally available today, We're going to be really clear on this stage about things that are in preview and in our breakout sessions about things that are coming soon. I want you all to know that as we are picking up our pace of innovation, we are doubling down on our commitment to give you high-quality, predictable releases every single time. I want you to be ready to adopt, learn, and use the things that we're delivering right away, and I want that to be easy for you as we go forward. All right. Just have checking my watch. You can't spend 10 minutes talking to a tech crowd without talking about AI. In the interest of overachieving, I thought we'd do that right now. No, seriously, I am very excited about what Splunk is doing around AI. It is becoming a very foundational thing to what we are doing and how we are delivering. We're building on our pre-existing assets in machine learning and assistive intelligence and taking that even further. In addition to increasing our overall investments in AI, we're adding more experience and more leadership to our team in this space. And so I thought we'd shift gears a little bit here. And joining us now to talk about Splunk AI is somebody with more than 20 years of advanced research and development experience. She founded Visa's global research organization that tackled anti-fraud scenarios at a massive scale. And she most recently was working to build key parts of the Google Assistant. Please join me in giving a very Splunky welcome to Splunk's new Chief Technology Officer, Dr. Min Wang. Hey, Min. Bam, all yours.
Hi, everyone. I joined Splunk exactly 90 days ago, and I'm super excited to be at my first .conf. Today, I will talk about the important role AI will play in your digital resilience journey that Tom just talked about. We all know AI is rapidly transforming our industry and opening up new opportunities. For example, AI can help us automatically detect important events. On the other hand, for those of you who are building AI features in your products, AI brings a set of new challenges. For example, AI model could be inaccurate, which can lead to costly mistakes or missed opportunities. While we all embrace the opportunity, it's important we be aware of these challenges and take steps together to address them. In the past, each time you adopted new technology to transform your business, Splunk helped you to do it safely and securely. We are committed to doing the same for you in the era of AI. Our approach to AI is driven by 3 principles. First, being domain and Splunk specific. As an expert in security and observability, we have the best domain-specific insight derived from real-world experience. With these insights, we can build the best AI capabilities that are fine-tuned for security and observability and tightly integrate with Splunk. This enables us to provide you with insight that are specific to your workflow and environment. Second, ensuring humans are in the loop. Your mission is to protect the world's most important digital system. The stakes are very high. It's essential that we use AI to assist humans in decision-making. Humans are always in the driver's seat. Finally, remaining open and extensible. As always, we want to empower you to solve problems as you see fit. For example, when it comes to models, you can extend our models or bring in your own models. Following these principles, our advancement in AI began in 2015 with the launch of the Splunk machine learning toolkit. In the subsequent years, we launched the data science and deep learning app and anomaly detection app. Throughout today's presentation, you will hear more details about how we have embedded AI capabilities in security and observability. But the question remains, what's next? We believe that generative AI can be a transformative technology for our industry, but more innovations and integrations are needed for us to fully leverage this powerful technology to advance your ability to build digital resilience. Today, you all know the mainstream large language models have already shown promise in tasks such as writing SPL query, summarizing an incident, or suggesting investigation steps. However, when the genetic model comes to help with your day-to-day job, they have limitations. Our goal is to help you bridge this gap. When generative AI capabilities are fine-tuned with Splunk's deep domain knowledge and seamlessly integrated with our product and solutions, you will gain insight that are specific to your workflow and environment. This is the direction we are heading in. And I'm very excited to announce the first step on this path, the preview version of Splunk AI Assistant. With Splunk, thank you. With Splunk AI Assistant, now you can search for data in Splunk using natural language. You can get step-by-step explanations for advanced SPL queries, and you can also ask questions about how to use Splunk and get answers directly. But this is just the beginning, and we are planning to offer you a lot more. Our vision is to embed Splunk AI Assistant throughout your workflows for detection and investigation so that you can respond to any incident faster and smarter. Let me illustrate this vision through an example. Let's go back to Tom's early story, where 3 analysts got an alert. One of them is Jacob, a SOC analyst. Jacob just got a notable event from Splunk Enterprise Security. Let's envision how a powerful AI assistant can help him from here. First, upon Jacob's request through a natural language interface, the AI assistant automatically summarizes the event. From the summary, Jacob sees it's a land speed violation where a user reaches logged in into VPN from Albania and from United States in a very short period of time. The AI assistant also suggests that Jacob should review more of the user's latest login. Jacob decides to take the suggestion. With the help of the AI assistant, all Jacob needs to do is just to ask in natural language. The assistant writes the SPL and also runs the search for him. After getting the search results, Jacob feels the results are hard to read. So he asks the assistant to focus on the most relevant fields only and only show logins during the last 30 days. The assistant refines the query and shows him the new result. Now Jacob noticed that there is a login entry from Albania really stands out. He wants to review all the logins from Albania during the last 30 days. The assistant shows him the new result. There was only one login entry from Albania during the last 30 days. Jacob now pretty sure the account has been compromised. So he asked for help to disable the user account. The assistant suggests a SOAR playbook to disable the Active Directory account for the user. Upon Jacob's confirmation, the playbook executed and the user account is disabled. Thank you. We are working very hard to build a powerful AI, Splunk AI assistant to make examples like this a reality. And we want to do it together with you all. Thank you. And back to you, Tom.
Awesome. Thank you, Min.
Thanks. Do you need?
That's the miss on the fist bump from the two geeks on stage. That's what that was right there. Hey, I am thrilled and excited like Min is about our innovation agenda, about what we're doing in AI and what we're doing across the entire product portfolio. What we are focused on is making sure we keep you in control of your technology so you can work the way that you want to. It's time now to dig a little bit deeper and show you what's new and what's coming soon across security, observability, and the platform. We're going to take a look at each one of these in turn, with Splunkers delivering these, by hearing from the Splunkers that are delivering these products, by showing you some cool live demos as we do it, and we're even going to have a few customers like you on stage who are using Splunk every day talking about their scenarios as part of these demos. To get us started, I want to welcome to the stage Splunk General Manager for Security, Mike Horn. Mike!
Thanks, Tom. It's great to be here in person at Conf. I joined Splunk last year through the acquisition of a company called TwinWave, but we'll talk more about that later. I've worked in cybersecurity for over 20 years, and during that time, what I've seen is more. More users, more applications, more vulnerabilities, more clouds, more vendors, all of which leads to more alerts. And we all know how hard it is to attract and retain skilled cybersecurity workers to deal with these alerts, which means that alert fatigue is real. Security analysts need to quickly decide which things are false positives and which things are actually real threats. Or as Tom put it, how do you find multiple needles spread across a variety of haystacks? To do this, I believe that you need an integrated threat detection, investigation, and response solution. Analysts need a single work surface that integrates all the pieces required to detect, investigate, and respond. And as Min just talked about, we see in the future that AI will play an important role in these TDIR solutions to help analysts do more in less time. I thought that was a great example. Splunk's TDIR solution is powered by our award-winning SIEM and SOAR products. We've helped revolutionize both of these categories, and I'm excited to tell you about the next wave of innovation that's coming. Let's start with our SIEM, Enterprise Security. As many of you know, enterprise security includes powerful components like our threat intelligence framework, assets and identities, and over 1,400 detections in our content library. Earlier this year, we released Enterprise Security version 7.1, which introduced some great new features like threat topology visualizations, MITRE attack mappings, and cloud-based streaming analytics. We've got some great features planned for later this year. Let's take a look. It starts out with expanding our streaming analytics to include a ML-based detections using our own internal data lake. This will give us the ability to do more advanced detections across a broad range of data sets and wide time ranges, helping you keep up with the latest threats. And don't forget, our security research team publishes new content updates every 2 weeks in the Enterprise Security Content Updates. So if you haven't already, make sure that you're checking those out. We've also been listening to you, our customers, and are adding some features I'm confident that you're going to be excited about. I've heard quite a few customers ask me for the ability to run multiple correlation searches in the incident review page. Well, in our next release, you'll be able to add as many correlation searches to the review page as you want. Does anyone out there remember the timeline in the incident review page? Happy to share, we're bringing it back. You guys wanted it, it's coming back. And while we're talking about the incident review page, I've heard lots of people want it to automatically refresh. So that's in the next release too. These are just a few of the things that we're adding based on your input. So if you want to see something in the product, we're listening. Make sure you go to Splunk Ideas, put in your upvote it if it's already there, or add your new features. We're definitely looking for ideas, and we want to make sure that we're delivering for you what you need. Next, let's talk about SOAR. We're investing in our SOAR platform and have already shipped 2 releases this year. In fact, we just released SOAR version 6.1 last week. We've also been busy building more pre-built playbook content, much of which is based on the MITRE Defend framework, to make it easier for you to build content out of the box. Now, let's look at a couple things that were delivered in SOAR 6.1, along with a few things that are coming in the future. First up, we're going to be adding built-in logic loops. You've been waiting for it, and I'm happy to share that it's coming soon. There's at least one clap back there. Using logic loops, you'll be able to build more robust playbooks. So, for example, you can have a playbook that's waiting for the results of an endpoint security scan before it takes the next step in the playbook. I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys build with this. It's going to be awesome. Next, let's look at a couple features that we had in 6.1. This just came out last week. First, we added the ability to automatically trigger a playbook to run when a container is closed, making it easier to take those cleanup actions and final things as you resolve a case. Next, we added the ability to copy and paste images directly into container notes. This makes it easier to just put information where you want it. These are the kinds of usability improvements you can expect to see more of in the future. We're also committed to expanding and improving our connector ecosystem. For example, in the next release, we're going to be updating several connectors, including the Palo Alto Panorama connector. We're taking over development of that connector, so it'll be Splunk supported, and we're adding support for more actions. But improving our existing products isn't all that we've been up to. I mentioned earlier that I joined Splunk through the acquisition of a company called TwinWave. At TwinWave, we created a next-generation threat analysis platform, which I'm excited to share is now available to customers as Splunk Attack Analyzer. Let's take a closer look. Large enterprises are analyzing things like employee-reported phishing emails, web proxy alerts, and much more using Attack Analyzer today. Our unique technology automates the analysis process in order to jump through the kinds of hoops that attackers put between the users and the threats. They do this in order to evade detection. This means that Attack Analyzer can do things like automatically scanning QR codes, clicking on buttons on web pages, interacting with over 500 different file sharing services, and much more. There are a couple dedicated sessions to Attack Analyzer this week, and we'd love to see you there. With the addition of Attack Analyzer, Splunk now has the most complete TDIR solution available. So let's talk about how we pull them all together. Introducing the new Mission Control. I know some of you may have heard of Mission Control in the past, but earlier this year, we launched a completely new version of Mission Control built from the ground up to be a Splunk application that unifies our SIEM, SOAR, and threat intelligence. Let's take a look. With Mission Control, analysts can perform their complete investigation workflows from a single interface. Enterprise security notables automatically show up in Mission Control and include additional context information like brought by our threat intelligence integration. And Mission Control's integration with SOAR makes it easier than ever for analysts to take actions like quarantining a user or blocking an IP address, all from a single interface. Note that Mission Control is currently available for cloud customers with support for on-prem coming later this year. As you just saw, Splunk is investing in our security products, including creating industry-defining TDIR solutions. This means that no matter where you are on your security journey, Splunk has a solution for you. But instead of me talking about it, let's hear how VMware, a leading provider of multi-cloud services, is using Splunk to transform their SOC. Thank you.
Please welcome Program Lead in Advanced Security Analytics at VMware, Matt Snyder, and Kavita Varadarajan, Principal Product Manager at Splunk.
Matt, thank you so much for being here today. To start us off, can you tell us a little bit about your role at VMware?
Yeah, thank you for having me here. At VMware, I'm the Advanced Security Analytics Program Lead. And what I get to do each day is lead a program that's tackling some really complex challenges, as well as build and maintain a detection portfolio that's got some really interesting things going on, and help drive our security program into the future.
As a tech company at the forefront of innovation, what are VMware's security-specific goals?
Our main goal is to be proactive in everything that we're doing on the security front. We want to find and remediate incidents earlier in the life cycle instead of letting things progress and reaching critical mass where it becomes a major business problem. And with Splunk, we're able to have that visibility to find those things and take action quicker.
Well, instead of us just talking about it, why don't we show everyone exactly how you're able to detect, investigate, and respond to these threats?
Sounds great.
Let's do it. This is Tom. Tom is an ordinary employee at VMware. He's working away one day when he gets an email that asks him to update his password. He clicks the link and enters his credentials. Little does he know he's just been phished.
Unfortunately for us, in our SOC, we're monitoring for just this type of activity. Here we can see in enterprise security, we've got a notable event that's fired off. And it's not just any notable event. It's a notable event that's powered by Splunk Enterprise Security's risk-based alerting framework. As we drill into this, we can see that we've got a user that has a risk score of 182, and that's really high. We can also see that there's 5 events that are contributing to this. So before we see any detail, I know that I've got something that I need to take a look at really quickly. As we click into this, we can see a timeline view of what's taking place in this attack. And as this comes up, we can see the threats unfolding. We see that the user received some type of brand monitoring email alert. Shortly after that, we see a PowerShell encoded command that's executed. It looks like it's got some base 64 encoding around it, followed by some unusual access events. Shortly later, we see some network activity that looks pretty suspicious. Before we've seen any details in this, I know that I've got something that we need to remediate right away. As we click into this, we can see how these detections are mapped across the MITRE ATT&CK framework in this new feature that was recently released. This gives us a greater context of what's happening in this attack and reaffirms our position that we need to remediate this really quickly.
So you've got these 5 alerts that have been auto-aggregated by ES using risk-based alerting, but how are we actually going to proceed with investigating this?
Now it's time to take action, and we're going to use SOAR to do that. As we can see, the incident's in progress, and SOAR has already started to populate some of the information in the history. But we're going to jump into the SOAR product and understand some more about what's happening here. As we click into SOAR, the first thing we're going to look at is the playbook that's running behind the scenes to gather the information that our analysts need to make decisions to remediate this incident. What this is allowing us to do is to save time by having to take those IOCs that our RBA alerts went out and collected for us, and instead of having to log into a bunch of different products and copy and paste and find that information, then aggregate it back into a case notes, and then review and make a decision, SOAR is doing that all for us behind the scenes. So as we jump back into our SOAR incident, we've got all of that information, and we can make a decision from one screen and bringing in all that rich data. And the first thing we're going to look at is that intel that's come in for us. And we can see that we have a high severity file hash on that PowerShell that ran. That looks kind of bad. The other thing that SOAR was able to do is able to decode that base64 encoded command and let us see that there is a URL that this command was calling out to. We also can see that there were some other users that were communicating with that same URL. Looks pretty bad, so I think we need to take some action right away because we also see there's some unusual access events. When we start to tie this together, we've got an incident and we need to take some steps to remediate it really fast.
So we now have even more context thanks to the threat intel brought in by SOAR, but how are we going to mitigate this threat?
Right, so SOAR has already done a great job of gathering that intel for us to make a decision, and we're going to use it to remediate the rest of the steps. Now, we could have SOAR auto-run and close everything out, but since we're here with our friends, let's break down some of the steps and show them just exactly what this playbook is going to do to secure our environment. The first thing we're going to do is we know we have some bad things, and we want to block it to prevent the attack from continuing to carry out against any other users. And what SOAR is going to do is allow us to take those IOCs and push a block out to the security tools that will actually enact those blocking for us, so we don't have to go and copy and paste and log into a bunch of different tools. We can do this all from SOAR. After that's done, we're going to understand more about our blast radius, and SOAR is going to pull in our assets and identities information from enterprise security. This is going to help us to understand the user and the devices involved. Thankfully, this isn't a production server or some type of service account that might have some negative downstream impact for us. It is a user, but they do have privileged access. So we want to remediate this really quickly, and we're going to use SOAR to help us with that. We're going to take some steps to secure the user's account and device, as well as kick off an email to our help desk and the user's manager so we can get that user back online as quickly as possible and minimize their downtime because of this incident. And
From here, we can even close out the incident in enterprise security. The help desk will then reach out to Tom and give him further guidance on exactly how to safely restore his access. Well, that was a lot. We were able to mitigate the threat and remediate the incident by blocking the IOC. We protected our internal users and devices. We contacted the user's manager and even notified the help desk, all in just a few minutes. That's pretty amazing.
It is, and that helps us to deliver on the goal of being proactive. We're able to find this early on in the attack, take steps to remediate it, and get our business back online before any kind of major disruption happened. And Splunk's given us that ability to have that insight into our environment where we can go out, find these attacks in their early stages, and take steps to secure our business quicker. And Splunk's also been a great partner in helping us to develop these capabilities, as well as the RBA community, where we're able to talk to our peers throughout the industry to learn more about some of these awesome detections that they're building and how they're tackling some of these really complex issues in these novel ways that are at our fingertips to be able to deploy and execute. And I'm really excited about the future of it.
Yeah, you and your team are obviously doing amazing things with Splunk, Matt. In addition to what's going well, what opportunities do you see upcoming? What's next for you and your team?
We're always looking for ways to continue to streamline our operations. The more that we can do to remediate and reduce the manual steps it takes to investigate and resolve an incident, the more time that we're saving for our analysts. And that allows them to work on the things that are higher priorities for them and to do the type of work that they actually enjoy doing.
I think that's a really relatable goal for everybody here. So with that in mind, let's take a look at how this workflow we just saw could be made even smoother by leveraging some of the newest capabilities from Splunk Security we heard Mike announce earlier. First up, Mission Control. Mission Control brings together the best capabilities of Splunk SIEM and Splunk SOAR into a unified experience for the security analyst. Here they can detect, investigate, and respond to threats even faster. MC has the data and context that these users need at their fingertips without all the pivoting between screens or swivel chairing. Beyond just unification, Mission Control actually helps teams build repeatable and auditable processes by codifying their operating procedures into the product itself. We can even take it a step further and help the analysts complete any assigned tasks, as you can see here, by leveraging the embedded SOAR and search capabilities. For any of you who have not yet started your journey with automation, Mission Control includes a free 6-month SOAR trial, so you can experience the power of automation from within this unified interface. But wait, there's even more. With Splunk Attack Analyzer, we can further reduce that mean time to resolve while still maintaining a high-quality investigation.
That sounds awesome. Who doesn't want to save more time and build a stronger security posture?
Yeah, let's take a closer look. A credential phishing or malware investigation typically requires an analyst to manually synthesize data, files, URLs, and the like, and then form insights and then take action. But that's a lot of work. We can automate all of this with Attack Analyzer. Attack Analyzer automatically navigates through the various delivery vectors of the attack chain, including accessing malicious content, downloading files, or even entering passwords in order to get at the final payload, which it then analyzes. Take a look at this URL. Attack Analyzer can actually visit the page and evaluate its contents. It then produces this detailed report, as well as a high-fidelity threat score, which as an analyst, I can use to make a quick decision about how severe this incident is.
That's awesome. That would have been great to have in this example we just showcased, to be able to visit that encoded URL to find out what other nasty payloads it was serving up. That would have helped us to continue to build detections to prevent future attacks.
Exactly, that's exactly the goal. So between Mission Control's unified experience, the embedded SOAR capabilities, and Attack Analyzer, you've got a bunch of new tools from Splunk to be able to help you streamline operations and bring that MTTR down. Matt, thank you so much for being here today to share your story. Let's hear it for Matt and the VMware team. For anybody who wants to learn more about any of the products you saw here, or to hear more from Matt and his team about their journey with RBA, check out the breakout sessions or visit us at the show floor. As Gary mentioned yesterday, digital resilience is about more than just security. It's also about systems being reliable and performant. To hear more about this, let's invite on Splunk's very own Arijit Mukherjee.
Thank you, Kavita and the security team. Hello, everyone. Arijit Mukherjee here. And by way of introduction, my observability journey started 16 years ago, back in 2007 at Facebook. Since then, I was the CTO of SignalFX that Splunk acquired. And this happens to be my 5th .conf. And let me tell you guys, I am super excited to be here. Gary Steele, on the other hand, must be very worried that I'm on stage. Did you know? In his first 100 days as CEO, Gary met 100 Splunk customers, overachiever. But then here I am, meeting thousands of customers in less than 5 minutes. So who's overachieving now? I'm kidding, of course. Let's talk observability. Mike described the day in the life of a security analyst and how detection, investigation, response, or DIR, is challenging for security today. Well, the fact is, DIR is equally challenging for IT ops and engineering teams because our environments are getting more complex, more ephemeral by the day. Kubernetes, anyone? And all of this makes it very hard to provide great customer experiences and just to keep everything humming 24/7 by 365. And if you want to do that, you need visibility, complete visibility, so that you can find that needle in the haystack. You need visibility to your third-party applications like SAP and Salesforce, Microsoft 365, but more importantly, you need to have visibility to those revenue-generating apps, those first-party apps that are running in clouds, containers, microservices. Look, I know how frustrating it is to get paged at dinner time, just like Tom was describing. I mean, it can be pretty hard for engineers and SRE. Initially, you have no clue what's going on, and then your boss and boss's boss, they help the situation by requesting constant updates. What could it be? Is it that the new feature that you just launched is so amazing that it's causing a massive spike in traffic? Unlikely, but possible. Or maybe it's a security attack that's going on, or maybe a cloud service outage that's triggering retries. Well, whatever the case may be, you probably have to go through 10 different tools and scan 5 different comms channels to figure out what the problem is, or how it's affecting the business, or how you're going to fix it quickly. And this is why on-call is an absolute nightmare. And from my own experience, it's not great for the personal life either. This is why Splunk Observability's goal is to solve that problem. And we have come a long way. Today's Splunk Observability combines infrastructure monitoring, application performance management, digital experience monitoring, AI ops, incident management, common logging with cloud platform, and much more in one solution. And this is why we can give you a complete and live view of service health. And this is also how, over the last 5 years, we have grown to become one of the industry's most comprehensive, unified observability solutions. And we're having meaningful impact to customers across the globe. Let's take Lenovo, for example. Lenovo uses Splunk Observability, and they were able to reduce their MTTR from 30 minutes down to 5. That's pretty amazing, right? And all this work is getting noticed in the 2023 Gartner Magic Quadrant for APM and observability. Splunk, as you've already heard, was ranked as a leader. And not just them. I mean, we are very well regarded by most analyst firms. For example, GigaOm, for example, Quadrant, for example, Research in Motion, just to name a few. And all this means that we have a ton of interesting announcements and innovations to share with you at this .conf. And they're all about getting you to value quicker and to accelerate your detection, investigation, and response, which means less on-call chaos, more happy customers. So who doesn't like that, right? So let's dive right in. Are you planning to try out Splunk Observability, or OLI, as we like to call it? Well, I have good news for you. Announcing GA of unified identity between Splunk Cloud and Observability Cloud. This means users log in just once for both the products, and they can context switch seamlessly. This also means that when you query the Splunk Cloud logs from within observability, we will respect your access permissions to the logs data. Currently, this is available to new observability customers in select co-located regions. Let's talk about OpenTelemetry. OpenTelemetry, or OTel as we call it, has been taking off like a rocket ship in our space. But that was the pun fact. Here's the fun fact. Splunk is the co-founder and the biggest contributor behind OpenTelemetry. And we are making it even easier for you to get going with it with these 2 announcements. First, OpenTelemetry Collector as a technology add-on to the Universal Forwarder, now available in preview. This means you can install the OpenTelemetry collector using the deployment server and also manage its configuration just like you would any other TA. That's pretty cool, right? But one of the problems with agents, yes, but one of the problems with agents is that, including hotel, is that you have to configure every single app and service and language agent that you want to collect from. Not anymore. We're announcing GA of zero configuration for OpenTelemetry. This means the collector can now automatically discover and instrument your applications like Java and .NET. And we're going to support more applications and more services, languages down the line. What about IT operations teams? Well, here's a couple of IT SI announcements that should accelerate your DIR. First, outlier exclusion now in GA. With outlier exclusion, you can exclude the known outliers, the ones that you do not want to get alerted on, let's say periodic maintenances, while you're training your ML models for alerting. This means you can even actually test the effect of these model changes on historical data. And so this means that your KPI alerts will have fewer false positives, and your ML models will get that much more accurate. And speaking of ML models, we all know that they can sometimes be hard to configure and set up. Well, announcing preview of ML-assisted adaptive thresholds. I know it's a mouthful, but this feature is awesome. It looks at past data trends and automatically suggests algorithm parameters, thresholds, time buckets. It saves you a ton of time and work, but the reason I like it, the reason is it allows any user, including one with no knowledge of machine learning, to use ML-assisted alerting. Thank you. And finally, I am very pleased to announce the preview of Session Replay for RUM, which is our real user monitoring product. Session Replay is very interesting. It generates a video reconstruction of every user interaction in Splunk RUM. So this means when a problem occurs, engineers can view those videos and very quickly investigate and debug the problem, drive down their MTTR. And Splunk is a leader in both security and observability. So it should come as no surprise that this feature has built-in security features like redaction of text and images in order to protect your PII. And folks, these were just a few. We have a ton more to offer at this .conf. So please register for a breakout session, attend one of the hands-on workshops, view some of the demos. I think you're going to love what you find. So let me end by saying that Splunk can really accelerate your observability journey. We have all the ready steps for you. We have an army of Splunkers and an ecosystem to support that journey. So whether you're looking to have better visibility to hybrid environments, or you want better ways to prioritize and respond to alerts, or you just want to provide better customer experiences, we want to be your strategic partner. In fact, let us hear from such a partner, from such a customer, Ikea. Now, who doesn't know Ikea, right? I mean, they are a truly global brand. They are famous for their coolest home furnishings and household goods. Well, Ikea took a bet on Splunk observability. So as I take my leave, why don't we find out how that's going? Thank you, and it was a pleasure talking to you all. Please don't be a stranger. Say hi if you see me at the conference, and we can continue the discussion. Arijit out.
Welcome functional expert at Enter Ikea, Magnus Lord, and Kara Gillis, Senior Director of Product Management in Observability at Splunk.
Hi, everybody. Magnus, we are so excited that you're here, and thank you for flying more than 5,000 miles to be here. Would you mind introducing yourself to the crowd?
Thanks, Kara. So hi, everyone. I'm Magnus Lord. I'm a functional expert on observability and Splunk, responsible for implementing, configuring, and maintaining Splunk-based solutions at Ikea in Älmhult, Sweden.
Ikea, is that the same place I can buy all that cool Nordic furniture?
No, not really. So the Ikea is the worldwide franchisor. We are responsible for the brand. We are also responsible for the product range and development, also for the supply chain up to the retailers. And of course, the biggest retailer is Ikea, but we have 12 other groups as well. And there is a lot of collaboration and shared environments as well.
A lot of shared environments. That sounds like a job for Splunk. Do you mind telling me a little bit about how Splunk has maybe evolved at Ikea and where it all started?
Sure. So we started using Splunk security and took the security track into the big data. So this is very important for us, and it has also evolved that we soon realized that the same type of data can be used for IT operations purpose as well. So we soon expanded into Splunk Observability Cloud and Splunk ITCI. These help us reduce the noise a lot. So there is 2 separate Splunk instances, but you can see it as, we are 2 different legal companies, but we are still having a quite close collaboration. So from now on, when I say Ikea, I'm referring to the inter-Ikea side.
Got it. Now, you talk a lot about shared context and sending data back and forth between these entities. I'd love to know a little bit more about the role that Splunk plays in, exchanging information between the 2.
So the true heart of this is our hybrid integration platform, which is a Kafka-based messaging bus, enable us to have a bi-directional communication with our retailers. There is a ton of information that is being exchanged from our side of about product information, but from the retailers we also get sales figures, other financial information, stock inventories. All that is driving our quite complex supply chain. So this is a really mission-critical component. I have never had any downtime, and is not allowed to have any either.
No downtime?
No. So to accomplish this, we have instrumented our Kafka environment with the OTel collector to be able to retrieve a lot of metrics, but we also derive metrics from the traces. And the traces are mainly used for performance analyzing, so we can understand where is the bottlenecks, where is the weaknesses, so we can auto-scale. We also use Splunk Universal Forwarders and deployment server in our surrounding ecosystem to collect logs, and all of that is going into ITCI to be correlated with our episodes.
Got it. I feel like I have a great understanding now of your environment and all the business use cases that you're using Splunk for, so I think it's showtime.
Yeah.
We want to show how Ikea does 3 things. How really it maintains the reliability of its applications and fuels that business relationship between Ikea corporate, inter-Ikea, and the retailers. So in the vein of detect, investigate, and respond, we're going to show you, number 1, how Ikea detects incidents in using Splunk Observability Cloud in its hybrid integration platform. Number 2, how Ikea investigates those incidents using Splunk Observability Cloud and IT Service Intelligence. And number 3, how Ikea rapidly responds to and remediates issues directly from within IT Service Intelligence. Now, Magnus, are you okay if I play the role of someone in the IT Operations Center at Ikea and you play somebody, maybe an Ikea engineer?
Yeah, so for this exercise purpose, I'm a member of the HIP platform. I'm an engineer, and I do the atypical last push to the production before I head on. But we're all using Splunk Observability Cloud, so we can have a good, complete overview with the full distributed traces to see if they have any direct impact. I also left a ton of detectors, and they are being configured with a common data model together with our retailers that is setting context to all our alerts. so I know that the operations teams are prepared for the night. While I'm at home enjoying a dinner with my family, and due to strong labor laws in Sweden and a strong Ikea culture of a work-life balance, I can enjoy my time off. Oh, look, an Allen key. Let's tighten some screws, shall we? Over to you.
Now, while Magnus is home with his family, I'm on the night shift. I'm a member of the IT operations team at Ikea. I'm really like a troubleshooting partner for the engineering team when they're not on call. You can think of me as the assignment group for any incidents relating to the hybrid integration platform. Now, Magnus decided to push code right before he went home, which is always a fun thing for me, but I have a feeling that I'm gonna be okay. Now, I'm gonna check the Splunk Observability Cloud alert list view real quick to see if anything has happened since Magnus went home. Red always is fun. I see that there is a critical alert that has fired since Magnus went home for the evening. Now, the good news here is that it's probably due to the Ikea data model that I don't have to do much work here yet. I'm gonna click on the alert view details, and the nice thing about that Ikea data model is that it automatically configures conditions relating to alert routing without any human intervention, relating to service name, criticality, or even business impact. And so let's take a look. I see here under the tip field that this is related to the Kafka service, and under the about this alert, it has already been sent via webhook 2 places. 1, to a Splunk Cloud summary index for traceability, and number 2, to IT service intelligence because it's related to the Kafka service, which is so vital to those retailers and to Ikea corporate. Now, I don't respond to individual alerts in operations. I typically work in the event management console at Ikea, which is in IT service intelligence. So I have a feeling that this alert is probably part of other alerts that are going to constitute an episode. So I'm going to switch over to ITSI, and here I see that there is a high severity episode. I'm going to click on that. I see that there are 240 events as part of this episode. I told you I don't respond to individual alerts for a reason, right? I really need that noise reduction capability within IT service intelligence in order to only respond to things that matter. So I'm going to click on that episode, and here I see it's an alert storm. I see that there are different data sources constituting this episode, some from Splunk APM, some from Splunk user monitoring, real user monitoring, and others from cloud logs. Well, I'm going to need help, but good news. There's embedded machine learning in IT service intelligence. So I'm going to click on the root cause analysis option, which sorts events by the first event that happened. And I see that the first event in this episode is from RUM interaction count. What that typically means is that a sudden change in real user monitoring performance has been the first event in this episode, and I'm not exactly sure how this is related to the Kafka service or what has happened, but Magnus's team is very thorough, and they typically leave me instructions in the episode. So I'm going to click on the instructions. Thank God. Anyway, it seems like this is likely due to a bad code deployment, and they want me to revert the build to a previous version. Well, that's easy. I have a playbook that does just that. And in IT service intelligence, I can actually run this playbook directly from within the episode. So I'm going to click on the Actions tab and go to Send to Ikea Automation. I can then click the production instance and the correct playbook in order to run. Now, I'm going to revert to a prior version, click Done, and I'm going to wait for the playbook to successfully complete. So quick, so great. All right, now I can probably already think about putting this in resolve status. Now let me put that up there. It says new. I'm gonna put this in resolve status, but I'll double check my work. Magnus has put a dashboard from Splunk Observability Cloud to help monitor Kafka in the instructions because he's just that thorough. So I'm going to click on that. Now that I have run my orchestration, I can see, let's change the time field. All right. Now, I can see on the right-hand side that the rollback has occurred, which is exciting for me. And I can already see that there is a little bit of the consumer lag by partition has already started to come down, which means that the indexing is already starting to return to normal, which means that the playbook has worked. Now, I am getting tired, frankly. My job here is done. I was on the night shift, and it's time for me to go home to my family since morning is coming. Magnus, you're back on call.
Thank you. So I'm going back to the office after a really great night's sleep. And directly at the glance and the dashboard, I can see that we are on a good state. And I can see, oh, we have a lot of history of events here and a rollback during the night. So something have happened. Thanks, Ikea, for keeping the light on. I must have made a mistake in my last pull, and let's start the day to make a better every day for the many people in Ikea.
Now, Magnus, thank you so much for showing us a realistic troubleshooting journey. I'm very inspired by this relationship that you have, both with automation, but also between the development and operations teams. It's very inspiring, but I'm sure that there might be areas that you want to improve upon in your observability posture. Is there anything you're excited about working with Splunk that you might have heard today?
Yeah, so we are super excited to hear that you're now releasing the possibility to deploy the OTel collector as a technical add-on to our existing infrastructure of Splunk Universal Forwarders and deployment servers, so we can have a complete holistic observability, not only what is running in Kubernetes clusters, but all on our virtual machines as well. We're also super excited to hear that you're releasing Log Observer Connect that is now supporting role-based access control. That gives us the possibility for the team to see their associated logs directly in context in Splunk Observability Cloud.
Well, Magnus, it seems like you have read my mind because we still have that Kafka dashboard here, and we can actually view directly in Log Observer any events if we had them populating here that would automatically be available to developers without leaving Observability Cloud. And so they will only have access to the indexes in Splunk that they should have access to. So that's very exciting. Magnus, thank you for coming. A round of applause, everyone, for Magnus.
Thank you for having me.
And now I would love to introduce to the stage Faya Peng, who is going to explain the power our platform brings to teams across the business. Over to you, Faya. Thank you, everybody.
Well, thank you, Kara. I am so excited to be here for my 7th .conf and to highlight the great work that the team has been doing for all of you. We've just heard some amazing stories from VMware, Ikea, and others about how SecOps, IT Ops, and engineering teams are using Splunk to solve complex problems and create more resilient organizations. At the end of the day, anyone that's getting that alert at dinner time is going to want to have complete visibility so that they can detect issues, identify the root cause, assess the risk and impact, and remediate those issues, and do that all at scale. But who empowers those teams to drive results? Where are my Splunk admins in the room? Woo! It's all of you, the admins, who are responsible for managing Splunk. You all ensure that the platform is running efficiently, has the data to drive results, you're able to alert the right user, and you do all of this in a cost-effective manner. In order to drive rapid detection, investigation, and response, admins need comprehensive visibility for this hybrid multi-cloud landscape. Now, imagine the power that comes when teams utilize shared data to solve multiple use cases. Analysis of our own customer data shows that there's up to an 85% overlap in security and observability data. With Splunk, your teams can easily share data context while using unified customer experiences. This allows you to detect, investigate, and respond faster in a world where you have an expanding attack surface and increasing points of failure. Now, many of you are already using the platform as the foundation for your security, IT ops, and engineering use cases. Last year at Conf, we announced Splunk Enterprise 9.0, and we've already seen over 8,000 deployments. We also continue to see tremendous adoption of Splunk Cloud with over 8 billion monthly searches. And earlier this month, we released Splunk Enterprise 9.1. We continue to invest in the platform to enable all of you to drive digital resilience at scale. Now, while we have many new capabilities, I want to highlight how we're helping you manage your data more effectively. Yesterday, Gary talked about the complexity of managing growing data volumes in distributed environments. Not all data has the same value, and that value can actually change over time. At Splunk, we believe you need to be able to manage your data in different ways, including storing it where it makes the most sense. This is why we are providing you tools to help you manage your data across its entire life cycle, from ingestion to processing, as well as retention. This allows us to help you optimize detection, investigation, and response in a cost-effective manner. Now, let's look at some features that help you do this. First, I'm very happy to announce the release of Edge Processor for Splunk Cloud that occurred earlier this year. Edge Processor is our latest innovation for routing and processing, and it uses SPL2 to flexibly transform data. With Edge Processor, you install and configure your nodes across the infrastructure, but you centrally manage them from Splunk Cloud, where you can define the data processing logic or the pipelines that determine the routing, the masking, and filtering. You also have visibility into the inbound and outbound data volumes, and you can even preview these pipelines. Best of all, this is available for you at no additional cost. As you think about your data management strategy, this gives you control over the shape, volume, and the destination. Now, if you store your data in different places, you also want to ensure that you're not creating new data silos. You should have easy access to all the relevant data for your investigations. And so as part of our innovation to help you search data that lives outside of Splunk, I'm happy to announce that Federated Search for S3 will become generally available for Splunk Cloud next quarter. Our preview customers have already taken advantage of searching S3 data without having to first ingest it for use cases like historical analysis, compliance, searching infrequently accessed data, and correlating historical and real-time data. Now, let's talk about how these fit together. Imagine you have a verbose data source that you want to process before ingesting into Splunk. Maybe you want to retain your Windows logs where the event ID matches a certain criteria, but still have the full copy for historical purposes. With Edge Processor, you can filter, mask, enrich, and route that data, bringing the high-value content into Splunk and route the rest to S3. Later on, through Splunk, you realize that you have a potential security threat. And this requires you to look through historical logs to piece together what might have happened. From Splunk Cloud, you use Federated Search to search data that's sitting in S3, including data that was written using Edge Processor. This allows you to perform enrichment and analysis without having to rehydrate the data. In addition to helping you manage data, we're also making it easier for you to access different types of data. As Gary mentioned yesterday, with Splunk Edge Hub, we are giving you a more seamless way to capture and analyze data from physical edge environments. And as Min mentioned, the anomaly detection app, which helps you find anomalies in your data set in just a few clicks, is now generally available. The beauty of this app is that it automatically accounts for your data seasonality, which means you don't have to invest that upfront setup time, and this improves your time to value. Last but not least, for my admins in the room, we want to empower you to run your environments efficiently and cost-effectively. We've continued to invest in the cloud monitoring console by adding a health and maintenance dashboard, and we're providing you with more granularity into your SVC usage, now down to a 5-minute interval. We understand the importance of business continuity and resilience, which is why I'm excited to announce the private preview of cross-region disaster recovery starting next month. This enables your Splunk Cloud service to be operational within minutes of a regional outage. And lastly, I'm happy to update you on our FedRAMP High journey. We secured the in-process designation back in February and continue to make steady progress. Now, I didn't get a chance to cover all the great work that's been done, but we have a great set of sessions ahead for you to learn more. Now, let's see the power of the platform in action with Carnival, the largest global cruise company. Thank you.
I have taken somewhere around 9 cruises.
Almost 30 cruises.
Over 75 cruises.
Carnival, we like to think of ourselves as the fun cruise line. We are obsessed with the guest experience.
We have the amazing opportunity to deliver to someone a memory that's going to carry with them a lifetime.
I'm an avid cruiser. I love cruising, and I wouldn't do something that I know has an issue in it, especially when it relates to my family's information.
When it comes to reliability, we have ships across the globe. These ships need to know that their environment is secure.
Our efforts give confidence to our guests that their data is secure.
Splunk is behind the stability and reliability of ensuring that those systems are up when they need to be and that we can predict when they're about to go down.
I am fortunate to work in a field where my responsibility, my duty is to keep the bad guy from doing something bad. And when you think that one line of code can cause absolute chaos, it's fascinating. Protecting systems is fascinating. I love it. Everyone should wake up every day and feel like I do about my job.
Please welcome from Carnival, Senior Director of Threat Intelligence and SecOps, Alex Tabares. Director of Information Security and Compliance, Michelle Garcia. Senior Manager of Site Reliability Engineering, Ruel Waite. And from Splunk, Principal Product Manager, Lizzie Lee.
I am so happy to be here, and I'm so excited for everyone to hear how Carnival is using Splunk. Now, it's so clear from the video that we just saw how passionate you all are about what you do, and I know everyone here would love to learn more. So, Alex, can you tell us about the Carnival brand and what you're doing to drive digital resilience?
Sure. At Carnival, our mission is to deliver safe, fun, and memorable cruise vacations. As part of that, my team monitors 9 global brands with over 90 ships sailing to 700 different ports and destinations. Essentially, our ships are floating cities which require their systems to be up and running and secure at all times. These ships are generating massive amounts of data from our 300,000 guests, which my team manages, alert on a daily basis, and report back to our offices around the world.
I love the idea of a floating city. It's really cool, right? But it sounds like it adds a next level of complexity and a whole lot of data. Or sorry, floating cities are super cool.
It does, and we wouldn't be able to do it without a solution like Splunk. Splunk enables us to ingest our logs securely and provides visibility so that our IT and security teams across the organization can work together to drive digital resiliency and provide the best guest experience.
You spoke of multiple teams, and so Michelle, I would love to learn, what is your team's role?
So as the leader of information security and compliance for the world's single largest cruise line that has been in operation for over 50 years, and just recently, I have to plug this, we welcomed our 100 millionth guest. I am so lucky. We focus on mitigation of incidents and resolving issues to keep our brand secure. We use Splunk to detect threats and aggregate data that tell a story about our security posture. But number one priority is our guests and our guest experience. None of us would be here if our guests didn't come back, and we are so grateful that they come on board our ships. And we work behind the scenes so guests can focus on one thing, having fun. We want them to enjoy that. That's a Shaq's Big Chicken, and that's actually the Shaq Attack.
Designed by the big guy himself.
Yeah.
And Carnival Cruise Lines is the only cruise line to have a chief fun officer.
And that would be Mr. Shaquille O'Neal. We also have a chief culinary officer, Emeril Lagasse. And if you're not really big on food, come on one of our ships and ride the Carnival Bolts, the greatest sea coaster at sea. The guest has fun, we take care of the guests behind the scenes, and we want them to not worry about safety or security because we've got them covered. They come back, and we welcome them back knowing that they're safe and secure every time they're on board.
I love that guests don't have to worry about their data or their security, and they can just focus on having a great vacation. A big part of that must mean ensuring that your digital systems are up and running. So, Ruel, can you tell us about how your team contributes to the guest experience?
Sure, Lizzie. My team is responsible for several of the key flows that impact the end-to-end digital guest experience at Carnival. This includes everything from the guest's first interaction with Carnival.com as a prospective cruiser, all the way through to those back-end systems that are used by the Hub app as guests book shore excursions and dining reservations online. Now, these systems are so critical that it's crucial that we have the ability to identify, triage, and resolve issues as quickly as possible. Splunk ensures that stability for us and that seamless guest experience. In fact, Splunk has been a big part of us achieving a 70% improvement in our stability metrics over the last 4 years, and that's a big deal.
That is pretty impressive. Yeah. And it was really great to hear the different ways that each of your teams are using Splunk to help ensure you can deliver a great and memorable vacation. Now, we could talk about that up here all day, but I would rather show everyone how you're using Splunk to ensure that your floating cities are secure and reliable. Shall we? Guests are having a blast on their Carnival cruise to the Bahamas. One guest is trying to book an onshore excursion using the Hub app, but it looks like the list of excursions isn't loading properly. Let's take a look at how Carnival uses the Splunk platform and Splunk Observability to resolve this incident.
Okay, so as the on-call SRE, I get an alert. This alert comes to me in Splunk On Call, which is our incident management solution. I can see that the bookings for the shore excursion application has started to fall. Inside this alert, we've defined a response workflow which includes a dashboard that's specific to this issue that we can drill into. So let's take a quick look at that. Now, at Carnival, we utilize a canary release strategy. What that means is we are running 2 production environments, but only one is live at a time. There's one online and one offline. Deployments go to the offline environment, and then a flip is done to bring that release live. We can see on the top left that we're currently running in our green cluster. Now, on the right, you see our connections are falling, and our bookings are also falling. And on the left, our synthetics are failing at a 68% rate. So this is a big deal, this is a big problem, so we get everyone engaged, all the relevant teams, and we get them on a bridge. But I want to dig some more into the synthetics in the meantime. So our synthetics flow is showing that the purchases are good up to a certain point. Once you get to the profile management service, then we're getting some errors. Right? At this point, somebody on the call chimes in and says, hey, there was a recent deployment to that service, and we probably broke it. So this is where the canary release strategy comes in. Because at this point, the prior good release is sitting on our blue cluster offline. So we can quickly resolve the issue by flipping those environments and bringing that live and bringing the green offline. So we authorize that, and we go ahead and do that. Going back to the cluster overview, we can see that our synthetics are starting to improve on the bottom left, and our connections and purchases are starting to tick up. So this is where Splunk is really important for us. It allows us to set these threshold alerts that allow us to get engaged really quickly. So with Splunk, we're able, instead of being behind the 8 ball, we're able to stay ahead of the game.
Wow, Ruel, that was such a great example of how Carnival is using Splunk to detect and investigate issues that are impacting guests. And I know that that's not the only way that Carnival is using Splunk. I'm no longer on the Carnival cruise ship. I'm back at the Carnival offices, and an employee has accidentally downloaded a malicious Google Chrome extension. Let's take a look at how the Carnival team uses Splunk to respond to this security event.
So Splunk works hand in hand with different teams across the organization to keep the business and our customers safe and protected. Splunk platform gives us the foundation and flexibility we need to stay ahead of these emerging threats. So for example, on this dashboard, we can see that 2 critical alerts have just come in. The first alert coming in, we see that it's a similar domain to ours. Our domain is ccl.com, and this threat is coming from cci.com. We can see that it is coming from a CCI, it@cci.com, and it's asking the user to update their Google Chrome. What's more concerning is that 2 minutes later, we get an alert for the same user's device having malware. The indicator of compromise in this case is a Google update.exe. The user has downloaded a fake Google Chrome extension, and his machine is now infected and trying to connect to our network. Since this is on the CCL side of the house, I call my colleague Michelle to help further triage. Hey, Michelle, I need your help. It seems we have an incident with one of your users at the CCL side of the house.
Hey, Alex, happy to help. Looks like a fake Google Chrome extension. That never happens. So using enterprise security, we're going to quickly investigate the issue because it is a shared data set. First, we're going to look at the affected user. The good news is it's not a service account, but the bad news is it's an admin with elevated privileges, which means we're going to have to work on isolation and quarantining. In the Asset Center, I don't see anything concerning about quarantining that device, so I'm going to quarantine it. And then as far as the user, I don't see anything concerning about quarantining that user either, so I'm also going to do that as well. Alex, I think the CCL side has this contained for now.
Thanks, Michelle. As we can see now, both alerts have been resolved and are green. The Threat Intelligence Research Table, together with Digital Shadows, further confirms that that is a malicious extension. The Blocked IOCs table further confirms that we have blocked this across our other 8 brands. And we can see the user's been disabled and the device quarantined in the user account and device changes table, respectively. All this information is coming in from different security tools, but Splunk allows me to customize all our information for our different business needs.
And just like that, all issues are resolved. Guests can book their onshore excursions and enjoy the rest of their cruise. Now, that was pretty amazing to see how multiple teams across Carnival are able to use the Splunk platform to detect, investigate, and respond to incidents, ensuring that guests can have fun and relaxing vacations. Now, as we look to the future, how can Splunk help Carnival take the guest experience to the next level?
So for me, it's bringing in the right data as our new ships come online and we enable more users. So basically, I want Splunk for everyone, from everywhere, logging everything.
Well, it sounds like Carnival could benefit from using Edge Processor. We heard about Edge Processor yesterday from Gary and earlier today from Faya, but let's take a look at it in action. What you're seeing here is we're using SPL2 to construct a data pipeline in this code editor experience, which means that you can iteratively edit your data pipeline and preview the results in real time. Once you're done creating your data pipeline, you can apply it to the Edge Processor clusters of your choosing. Within the Edge Processor cluster detailed view, that's a mouthful, you can see all of the incoming data on the left-hand side, and you can see all of your outgoing data pipelines on the right. So, as Carnival is looking to onboard data from new ships or applications, Edge Processor can help you to filter and collect data from multiple data sources to support security and observability use cases across Carnival.
Well, I can't wait to give that a try.
Right on. And what about you, Michelle and Ruel? What do you see yourselves doing next?
Visibility is key. If we can't see it, we can't protect it, and we need to see as many of our assets as possible. We also need the data so we can achieve our goals of reducing our mean time to resolution. Automation will probably be a big key and will be a big factor in that success point.
And I need to be able to unload Splunk analysts as quickly as possible. I heard earlier about the Splunk AI assistant. Could you tell me some more about that?
Absolutely. Let's take a quick cruise on over to the Splunk AI assistant. The Splunk AI assistant that you heard Min talk about uses generative AI to empower more users and answer questions faster. So, Ruel, let's say you have a new analyst, and they're trying to understand what a specific SPL query does that was written by one of your Splunk admins. The Splunk AI assistant can not only provide a concise summary of the SPL query, as you'll see at the top of the response here, but will also walk your analyst through the SPL query command by command. It can also help your analyst to write and optimize new SPL queries, which will help them get up to speed faster without having to disrupt your seasoned admins. All you have to do is provide it a description of the query that you want in English, and the Splunk AI assistant will translate that into SPL ideas. You can even ask it questions about Splunk products to learn about how they work. So what do you think?
This is my favorite thing so far. Amazing.
I'm so glad to hear that. And beyond that, we will continue to strengthen our existing capabilities and to add new ones to help you all do your jobs even faster. And so with that, I'd like to thank you for sharing your story with us here today. If everyone can please join me in giving the Carnival team a big round of applause. And now we're going to hand it back to Tom.
Lizzie, thank you as well. I think I want to be the first software company that has a chief fun officer, and I think given the company Lizzie keeps, it should be you. Now, they don't let me officially convey titles, so unofficially, I'm going to name you that. But I did find this fantastic, one-of-a-kind, unique service award backstage. So there you go. Lizzie, our new chief fun officer. Thank you, Lizzie.
I'm putting it on my LinkedIn.
All right, I want to thank all of the customers that were on stage helping us out today. I want to thank all of the Splunkers that were here in the room with us and that are back home keeping things running for us every day. We appreciate all of you. We've announced a whole lot over the last couple of days. We have built and will continue to build some amazing innovations for you as we go forward. I want you to know that we see a future where we can all sit down and enjoy a worry-free dinner. One where alerts are automatically resolved based on playbooks that you designed and that work well for your business. And when you click later to learn more about what happened in those incidents, you can see all of the cloud deployments that impacted your environment and all the great enrichment of those events that occurred from everywhere in your organization. I want you to know that we are always going to keep you in the loop. We know that in the future, it is critically important that we include human understanding, emotional context, and that collaboration remain a key part of how we respond to the evolving threat landscape that we all deal with daily. We want you to build the businesses and use technology in a way that matches who you are. And I will say, we wouldn't be here today without all of you. There are more than 300,000 monthly users around the globe of Splunk. There are over 2,800 partners available to help you on your journey. There are more than 150 Trust and MVP members that are floating around here somewhere. My Fez-wearing friends, I've seen you in the hallways. I see you. Yes, there they are. And I want you all to know that I am incredibly honored to be a part of this great community. There is so much more for you to discover out at the Source Pavilion, in peer-led sessions, in Splunker-led sessions throughout the rest of the week. I hope you enjoy it. I firmly believe that together we can build a safer and more resilient digital world. I hope you have a great Conf 2023, everybody. Thank you so much for your time this morning. Let's go enjoy the rest of it.
Welcome to Splunk Talk, the only podcast that's all Splunk and no junk. I am your host, Birch.
I'm Hal. Hey, Birch.
And we're here today, live broadcast from where?
We're in Vegas.
We're in Las Vegas?
Yeah, there's
that explains the heat.
Yeah, it's rather hot.
You know what else is hot? All the incredible announcements that just came out.
That's pretty good.
We are going to cover stuff that we heard last night at the keynote, stuff that we heard today at the keynote. We're going to talk for a bit. We're going to take a little break. We're going to have a special guest come and join us. So let's hop into it.
All right, awesome.
How has your conf been so far?
It's been great, but before we start, can we have just a moment of remembrance for Shelley Cornblue?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Former chief T-shirt officer.
Yes.
Great guy.
Yes. Strange guy.
Yeah, strange guy. I heard
Yes.
that there was a tragic accident with a T-shirt machine.
Oh yeah, it was horrifying.
Yeah. I don't have any details.
Comically horrifying.
Yeah. I don't have any details other than there was dye everywhere. Into orifice. I'm not going to go into details, but that's what I heard. I mean, did you hear anything more?
I heard he went on a rocket ship out into outer space.
Okay.
And that's actually the extent of what I heard. But any rumor is a good rumor on this topic.
Okay,
And
great.
we should spread all of them.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Well, okay, the moment's over.
Okay, that was our moment.
Let's talk about the show.
Hal, I have one more moment.
Okay.
It was in 2019, just over there, that you and I decided to restart this podcast.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
So we're back home in a way.
Yeah. I mean, this is kind of like coming back. You know, it repeats. It's a cycle, and
This is
it's
our
a great cycle.
Spider-Man homecoming.
Are we gonna do the thing where I point at you and you point at me? No, not that one. Not like the David.
We're both the guy in the chair.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, I should probably mute Slack because right now the cloud hecklers are heckling me, which is appropriate.
Well, while you
I
do
expected
that, I'll start us off. Last night, we had a keynote, and we had an incredible party over in the Source Pavilion. Got to experience a lot of really interesting and compelling stuff. Some of the things that I wanted to touch on, big announcement on my mind was Gary shared the partnership with Microsoft.
Yeah.
What does that mean to you, Hal?
Well, so we've been doing things with Microsoft in the space, generally speaking, the entire time because Microsoft's a big deal. All of our customers, majority of our customers have huge, presence with Microsoft. So in one way, it wasn't new, but the new thing was the commitment. So, it's a strategic alliance. It's a bi-directional thing. So the announcement was, I forget the word exactly, but, it was co-development was one of the words there. So it just showed that this is important not just to us, not just to our customers, but Microsoft as well.
Yeah.
So it's a recognition. It's pretty cool.
Now there was like the big partnership and being able to get Splunk on that marketplace, but there was a more subtle detail that really caught my eye, and that was the integration.
Yeah.
I forget the exact wording, but it was like integration with the Microsoft Office products, and I'm really intrigued in how that is going to pan out.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have any technical details, but I mean, we can imagine where what would make sense, right? It's in order to have digital resilience, you need to have the data in the platform. So, stronger ways to get data into the platform from the Azure suite and the Microsoft software. Maybe it's going to be working more closely with the Azure services, or running on top of Azure. So, a lot to do there. A lot of amazing things to look forward to.
There was another announcement that was really.
Probably look at the camera now and then.
Oh, I just want to look at you and fall
No, I
deeply
appreciate
into
that
your
too.
eyes.
All right.
See, Hal and I are used to doing this remotely, so it's always special when
It
we
is,
do this in
because
person.
normally we're like, we're at Zoom, we're looking at the screen, right?
Yeah.
At the other guy. Anyway,
I noticed there was a little device on stage that collected a lot
talking
of
about
data.
The hub.
Not to be confused with Edge Processor, which was just announced a few moments ago.
Right.
So let's talk about both. Let's start with Edge Hub.
We're doing stuff at the edge. We're helping people do more things at the edge.
That is one of those terms that it started getting used, but no one ever defined it. Is it correct to say that when we talk about pushing things to the edge, we're talking about where the data is actually generated?
Yeah.
So rather than centralizing it and doing all the computation there, we're actually able to do things more where it's generated.
Yeah, pushing out further some of these capabilities, some of the analytics, some of the decision making,
Obviously, better breadth when it comes to getting the data.
Yeah.
But so, I mean, it means not just the data center, expanding out, into, I mean, if you're like a retailer, you've got a whole bunch of locations, that's the edge. If you are, a manufacturer and you've got a bunch of physical plants, that's the edge. So,
If you're
not just the data
Bono,
center.
you're a guitarist, that's the edge.
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, not one of my favorite bassists, but yeah, he's a bassist.
Bassist? Oh, okay. Well, the basis of my question is this is now, like, it's an edge hub. So it is something that not only can detect data on its own, but you can plug things into it. You can plug sensors into it as well.
Yes.
So it's pretty extensible.
Yeah, it's a physical piece of hardware. It's a box, right? It's about yay big, smaller than a paperback book, sort of, kind of, but thicker. And low power device. It's got sensors in it. It can connect to sensors outside of it. A lot of specific protocols, that matter for manufacturing and other outside the box, outside the server rack use cases. I guess would be a good way to put that.
Yeah.
Like Modbus and MQTT and stuff like that.
That's cool.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. So newer, better ways to get more data.
So okay, so
that's Edge Hub.
Hub.
Yes.
Okay,
Edge
so Edge processor.
Different, but it is similar in the sense that we're doing more at the edge, doing more at the client, or between the client and your Splunk environment. So Edge processor enables you to do routing, filtering, masking, getting data, and doing things to it in the stream before you're sending it up to Splunk. Or
so you could, like,
to S3, you could also send the data.
Remove sensitive information from the data before it ever makes it to
definitely
Splunk.
Do that.
Could you let's say we all have those situations of I have high volume, low value data.
Yes.
And historically we might have brought that into Splunk and then done summary indexing.
Search time stuff,
so we don't
sure.
have to, So does this allow you to summarize that?
There's things you can do now, and then there's things that are coming that'll be enhancements in the language. So let's talk about the language for a second. It's SPL2, number 2.
Oh, this uses SPL2.
It does. So this Edge processor is going to be the first of many over time where we'll see SPL2 kind of be the language. So it's anything you can do in SPL, you can do in SPL2. You can literally have it run in the same runtime. So we're not going to break existing stuff. That's cool. But that's when you're talking about searching. But when you're talking about Edge processor, you're writing the pipeline in SPL2. And there's things that you can do that are very similar. But also you have a new syntax. So if you know SQL, you can do SQL. Like select from, order by, those kinds of paradigms. You can do that additional, kind of identical syntax.
And we actually just published an episode last week or the week before with an interview all about SPL2.
Yeah, I mean, people should go to the Splunk Talk channel on YouTube or wherever you find your podcasts, Look for Splunk Talk, one word, that's us.
Yeah. Anything stand out to you at the keynotes or the event so far?
Well, I mean, we had one last night, we had one today, and then one today was about the products. That was Tom Casey. And Min, we got to meet Min, our new CTO.
Yes.
So, I mean, I'm excited. We have a new CTO. So first of all, that's a big change.
That is a change.
Setting the direction, long-term stuff.
Yeah. And she talked to us about AI.
Yeah, that was about AI. What was the most notable thing about AI? I mean, the principles are good. So thinking about, because, I've noticed, I don't know if you noticed, but people have strong feelings about artificial intelligence. Have you noticed this?
I have noticed this.
Okay. I'm not sure where this came from.
Yeah. I believe it came from the Terminator.
Okay, it might have come from the Terminator. I mean, that's a plausible theory.
Yes.
I mean, I like your hypothesis where you're going there.
Yeah.
Are there other examples that come to mind when you think AI?
I believe Your Name is one of them in a space-based movie.
Oh yeah, no, I have not heard that one before.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, no, like HAL 9000, like one better than IBM.
Yes.
Yeah. So true story. I worked at IBM. I tried to get the email address hal@ibm.com and they would not give it to me.
Oh.
But I did get hal@us.ibm.com. That's as close as I got.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah. I did have hal@hp.com. That was actually the shortest email address that I ever had.
That's pretty short. Okay, so
so people have sensitivities to this topic. humans. I think humans generally. That's probably a good way to categorize the people that have sensitivity to this. So, you know, it's we could talk about it though. I mean, it's like, are we going to replace ourselves with the technology overnight?
Oh no, I see this totally
I don't
differently.
think so.
Like there are
like we have some control
definitely generative AI things that are
totally going to replace us personally.
They're going to commoditize certain things, but in the Splunk sphere,
I'm not very serious all this. Yeah.
what I see this as is this brings us further towards democratizing the value of the platform. Because if you think about it, like historically with software like this, an executive or non-technical user would normally be more of a consumer. They may not be creating, but consuming. So they're not necessarily creating new searches because there is, you know, a little bit of
to learn
complexity.
SPL, for example.
Right, and so they may
Not for
delegate that to
everyone.
someone else. But to be able to trivially speak or type in a conversational way a question to get an answer really democratizes the value of the investment they've already made. So I think that's pretty.
That goes
pretty
back to our old vision and mission.
Making machine data usable, accessible, and valuable to everyone.
To whom?
To everyone.
Everyone, yes.
Everyone.
There we go.
Yeah.
So we're getting there.
Getting there. Yeah, I thought that was pretty intriguing.
Yeah. She did a mock-up of kind of like, you know, what would the vision, how would that work out? And it was pretty compelling. And it was, if you look at the, I think it was a land speed violation, you know, a notable event, which is not new. So it was full of things that were not new.
Yeah.
Putting them together more quickly for more people.
Right. I always feel like that's a great way to demonstrate something too. Is right. Take things you already know. So that you can really focus
I mean,
on
if
the
you're a
novel
security
part.
person, you know that if somebody logs in from here and somebody logs in from here, within a short amount of time frame, it's not possible for them to be in those two places, then that's questionable.
Yeah.
So that was, you know, the emphasis of like, okay, well, let's allow more people to do that thing, to figure out what to do, and I don't know, disable the account. You know, that seems like a good thing to do.
Well, and that was almost like a theme through the whole keynote was like, what you mentioned, disable the account, was the unification. I'll use the terms that are being used. The unification of these products. And I've always been a huge fan of the premise that like all the different lenses you can get on the same data. So be it IT or security in this context, I'm getting both of that information from the same data. And now we're taking that a step further. You're seeing things like mission control providing more unification of, hey, I found the land speed violation. So we go, I think the demo might have been, here's AI, here's, you know, you're seeing an ES type notable, and here do a playbook that's like a SOAR type thing. So bringing it all together. Yeah, and again, going back to what I just said, like that's like democratizing the value.
Did you just reference yourself?
I just referenced myself.
Okay, it was a callback.
I inflated
From
my
like
ego
90
seconds ago.
Yes.
So yeah, we saw that with mission control, and I think we started to see some of that on the observability side
A couple other announcements too. I want to make sure that we
have up here on our
talked about the Microsoft
our devices, our notes
we
on
talked
the-
about the Edge Hub.
Yeah.
And did we talk about federated search for?
I was about to ask about that one. Okay, so let me see if I got this right.
All right.
I
Let's see if you
have
got this right.
I have massive pools of data.
If you didn't get this right,
I'll
then
be
there will
punished.
Beatings afterwards. Yes.
There will be patty whacks.
Yes. Luis is going to have words with you.
Okay. So I have massive. This is again high volume, low value data. Maybe I don't want to send it into Splunk. I want to store it in something like an S3.
Okay. You
and
could. Yes.
And now federated search is this. I guess take a step
It's like
back.
an umbrella, right?
An umbrella term for the ability to search data wherever. Right, so I want to search my own managed environment, but I'm in cloud, or I want to search multiple cloud environments, or whatever
Splunk
permutation.
environments. I mean, there's part of this that is new. Going back to the things that tying to distributed, right? We've been a distributed system since what Splunk 5, 4?
Yeah, 19tickety2.
Yeah, 1982. Since 1982, we've been in a distributed environment, and then federated search came on to sort of layer in, so we've got multiple features we're adding on top of this thing. So you have federated search for this. Now for S3, it's like okay, I've got data that I didn't need to keep in my, I didn't need to spend the effort and expense on indexing it.
Right.
but I did want to retain it just in
so
case.
this would be like compliance data, right?
It could be compliance, it could be advanced threat detection, and we're hunting for something, and we need evidence that goes back for 90 days plus.
Yes.
Who knows? 3 years. Well,
Right.
Compliance, yeah, it's usually like 3, 5 years, whatever.
Yeah.
So being able to search that data where it sits.
And not having to wait for it to come into, not having to.
Right, I mean, yeah, because we've been providing pieces of this along the way, like dynamic data, and I'm gonna forget this. We've got active archive, we've got self-storage, we've got another one. So those we're giving you features that help you move the data, help it keep it online search, but it's going to be slow. So it's like different variants on the theme of greater access to data.
I think it's active searchable.
Yes.
Active archive.
Yes, AA.
And
SS.
What?
DD, SS.
SS, simple.
Or SSDD.
R2, D2.
Okay.
So
anyway.
How about that OpenTelemetry collector TA?
So do you know what OpenTelemetry is? Do they know what OpenTelemetry is?
There are people here?
Well, I mean, there's people. I see a few people outside. I see a few camera operators. So yeah, OpenTelemetry. I mean, it's like an open source project. It's something that came out of the. We had Arjit on the stage talking about the journey of Signal FX when he was there, working on that and founding that. This is like that. This is where we are now. OpenTelemetry is kind of like the things that everything is being built on. All the technologies on our observability platform.
And so this is a way to send data in, but it can also collect.
It does more than just the logs that we've known and been working with customers on for 20 years. By the way, it's been 20 years. Did you get that memo?
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Wait, no, that's... Anyway. Yeah. So, yeah, but metrics and traces and these things that observability teams care about in addition to just the logs.
Yeah.
So Signal FX is great at kind of integrating in with the code so that when it's time to figure out what went wrong, you can point to it. You know exactly. It was that function call, and that function call is slow, that started at this check-in, and we know that check-in happened at such and such time, and oh, hey, why don't we roll that back? So that's the the SRE life.
So the OpenTelemetry collector, or OTel collector, abbreviated, let me get this straight. This is outside of Splunk. This is like its own, it's like the second...
You might have grown up with Splunk D and the platform and the universal and the heavies and the lightweight forwarders there for a minute.
But just in terms of that. This is not that, and this is beyond Splunk. This, I think, is the second most active open source project in existence.
In existence?
Yeah, like after
I know it's super
Kubernetes.
big on the CNCF.
Okay.
That's awesome.
But people who might be really very much Splunk admins might not appreciate that.
It might be a world that they just don't appreciate because they weren't aware.
And it had to snap for me this okay, so this is happening with or without
it's a really
Splunk.
big deal outside of Splunk as well. Yeah.
And so Splunk is embracing that.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're the largest contributor and the co-founder of the project. So yeah, we are definitely embracing that and pushing it forward. And the announcement was of the TA. Well, the two announcements, if I recall.
Yeah,
there was a TA. So a TA for technology add-on for Splunk Enterprise to help you deploy OTel out to your agents.
So if you already have deployment servers set up and all you can start pushing this out.
So it's a good bridge to things you're already doing. That's cool. And then the other one was what? They had two announcements. One was a TA. The other one was zero configuration.
Config.
And I believe it was for a couple of different language runtimes.
Yeah. So it auto-detect what's there and instrument the collection of that data.
Yeah.
That sounds like magic and wizardry.
I think it is actually magic and wizardry.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of other stuff they talked about, RUM and the threat intelligence platforms and
sometimes things seem too good to be true.
Okay.
And here's another detail of this that seems too good to be true, which is that the OTel collector it's not Splunk specific. So this is a collector that anyone can go and grab from the public and use and send the data wherever they want. It doesn't have to go to Splunk. So if someone is, every now and then you come across people who are like, oh, we don't want to be, integrated with any company's proprietary agent.
Okay, sure.
This could be a really compelling option because it is an open source project and it can send to Splunk or it can send to, S3 and do a federated search or whatever.
Yeah.
Right? So it gives a lot more flexibility and that is cool.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure that I called out a couple of people.
Call them out?
Okay.
You're going to do shout outs, as the kids say?
I did want to shout out to Nick Wheeler, Ted Hellman. Who else? We've got a lot of cloud hecklers out there that are they're excited and passionate.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, what are our company values?
Our company values?
Yeah.
Passionate, innovative, disruptive, open, and fun.
Yeah. That's what they are.
They are.
So appreciate them.
Yes. In fact, at least one of those names was just made an honorary Splunk Trust member, Ted.
Oh, that's awesome.
So last night, as part of the soiree in the pavilion, we got to see this year's Splunk Trust inductees. And so a lot of really great people are returning for this year as Splunk Trust members.
I forget the numbers. I want to say
a couple,
71 in total, something like that.
Wow.
With 27 new. I'm just roughly guessing what Jason had relayed to us.
Yeah.
But yeah, super appreciate the Splunk trustees.
Yes.
The Fez. That's where the Fez comes from.
That's where the Fez comes from.
So, what's next?
Well, in a bit, we're going to take a little break, and then we're going to have a special guest come out and talk with us about some emerging technologies. And then later on, after that, we have you and I are doing another broadcast on Thursday to close this out.
But at the show floor, what are people that are here now? What are they doing?
Oh, I thought you meant just about me. What's going on with me?
Well, I mean, what are you going to have for lunch?
Yes.
You want to go out for lunch later?
Oh, we'll get some lunch.
Okay, we can do that. No, I mean we're at Conf.
We're at Conf.
There's a lot of fun activities here. We're going to be partaking in them, but some of them we were going to push them out to everyone at home.
Yes.
There's stages and marketing's got a plan.
Some of them we won't.
Some of them we won't. Like what? Oh, workshops.
Workshops, and that's a new thing this year. So a lot of
you gotta show
not
up for those
hands-on
workshops.
labs, but 90-minute workshops where it's like a session and hands-on melded into one.
Yeah, no, I love that. Well, we do workshops in the field though.
Yes.
So we can take some of these things to customers directly. So I would say, ask your sales engineer for a workshop. That's not going to go over well. They're gonna blame you for that later.
Yes.
Yeah.
They will shake fists at you.
That's okay.
Yeah.
But I giveth and taketh away.
And taketh away. Are there any particular talks that you're excited or looking forward to or want to highlight that people check out if anyone's on site or if they want to catch this later and catch the recordings?
Edge processor. I've just been spending so much time with the teams building that. Super proud of what they've done. Faya was on stage earlier highlighting some of those innovations, but from Yogesh and Abbas and dozens of people in engineering and marketing that are so involved with this. And I don't want to start naming names because then I'll miss one. It'll be like crap. But so I'm not going to try any more of that. But super appreciate everything they've done. Edge processor, the Federated search stuff. So I'm really excited to see how that's going to pan out and like help customers do kind of new things that they've not really it didn't make sense before. So yeah, those are some of the ones I'm looking at. What about you?
I'm also interested in stuff around observability.
And you finish your. I got another one.
And the cloud monitoring console, because as a former admin, I lived in the monitoring console and being able to understand what's healthy, whose searches are maybe being skipped, and I want to partner with them to help make some improvements, that type of stuff. So I want to see the newness coming out in the CMC.
Yeah.
What do you got in your mind?
All right, I got two other things. The developer experience is something that I'm seeing come out in different ways from different areas of our product portfolio. The one that I'm most excited about right now is the ability to take what you can do in Splunk and put it elsewhere. So in VS Code. There's been an extension for VS Code in the VS Code marketplace for some time. And a buddy of mine, Jason Conger, built that, and it's great. Now, we're going to show a preview. There's a beta program for this that customers can join later to experience SPL2, searching against your data inside of VS Code in a notebook interface, no less. So actually kind of getting inspired by Jupyter notebooks. It's really cool.
Oh, so that means like
the
people that have like their notebooks with like, oh, I have like a text file where I have like notes on what I was investigating.
You've got markdown
and
notes,
then search snippets
nicely
and
formatted,
everything.
and then the code blocks in between it. So it's like a block interface, so markdown code, and that code is SPL2.
And is it, so
and
it's just
the
code
results
printed there?
show
or-
in line. So you get a nice fancy table. Or
It will
formatted
run the
table.
search directly in the
Yeah.
notebook?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that is
It's pretty
cool.
sick.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's repo on GitHub right now. I think it released today type of thing. So there's workshops that'll be helping people to do that, but you'll be able to take that and play with it. Like
that's cool.
Yeah. So it's good stuff. There was a second one. That's one.
That's
the
one.
second one, I don't remember what it was.
You don't remember what it was?
I put up 2 fingers and hoping that I would remember what it was later, but it didn't work.
Okay.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work.
So on the oh, by the way, ingest actions.
Yes, I'm familiar with it.
Would you describe ingest actions, please?
Sure. Okay.
Since you're familiar with it.
So if you understand Splunk Enterprise or Enterprise Cloud, you'll know that there's an indexing pipeline, okay?
Yes.
And the data goes through the pipeline, and there's multiple stages, and I'm going to mix them up. We've got, regex and typing and parsing. There's a handful of them there. Ingest actions sits in there, okay? And it's giving you easier access to do things in there. Plus, there's an additional pipeline that they added for routing. So basically, if you wanted to do something with additional, like masking, okay?
Yeah.
And we talked about PII masking before. In order to do something at index time, that's pretty highly sensitive. Like, you have to be very careful in how you deploy that, and there's a lot of care. We're making that easier.
Oh.
So you have the ability to, there's also some additional capabilities that you can do this on data that's already been cooked, which was very difficult and had a lot of caveats before. So we're making it a little bit easier to work with that data, even if it was on a heavy forwarder and it's already been processed. You can open that back up, modify that data, so at index time or right before index time. And there's also a routing pipeline, so you can route that data out to S3 as well. So
a lot more flexibility in terms of how you, like the data that you bring in and sensitivity around. It's kind of like what we were talking about with Edge Processor. Huh?
Yeah. And there's a user interface for this.
Oh.
And it's something you would do either at an intermediate forwarder or on your indexers in Splunk Enterprise or Cloud.
Very cool. Okay, so hopping back to, look, we're on site.
Come see me at the booth
and this is like the first of our kind of classic confs in a while, right? Because we had a lot of virtual ones, we had some hybrid ones. So this one is, the spirit is here. And one of the things that I forgot that's so great about being here on site is not just the conversation and collaboration you have with all these people, the booths and going to all the different booths.
Booths.
And the booze.
Okay. Booths and booze.
But even like the user research. So, I see people handing out, do this QR code, you can do like a user research study.
Sure.
Where you as a user get to play with, different product things that may or may not be released yet.
Sure.
And give feedback on it. And that was stuff that is possible, but it's very different, having that
best.
physical, like you there doing that research.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's extending the reach of our engineering and product organization out, right?
Yeah.
So, how can we hear from you better? So we're trying to scale that up. Those are opportunities that are hard to come by.
Yeah.
And we do want to hear from you. So
very cool.
Not you, them.
Yeah. Oh yeah, them.
Yeah.
Okay, so in terms of wrapping up, we've got some great talks going on here. Some of the breakout sessions are going to be made available online in some time after Conf.
Yes.
But the workshops,
sometime between 3 and 72 days.
72 days. Okay. There are a lot of really great things happening on site that will not be available after. Some really great experiences and conversations as well.
But the breakout sessions, the workshops,
yeah,
we're going to get those out some way or another. So anything that you find interesting, anything you see on the Conf schedule, challenge us, ask us, give us feedback, tell us what you want.
What you really, really want.
What you really, really want. Why didn't some not? I don't know. Maybe it was the motion. I was thinking, shake it off, but that was in.
No, it's not. That was a
really,
Spice
really
Girls
weird.
reference, not Taylor
Yeah,
Swift.
No, I know that.
Oh, okay.
Duh.
Okay. We've got.
In terms of wrapping up.
Yes, we've got broadcasts that continue here on conf.splunk.com. We've got another session after a brief break here.
Go hang out with the big data beard as well.
Yes. We're going to have a special guest join us in a few minutes. So stay tuned and enjoy Conf.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we say cut or do they say cut?
Welcome back to Splunk Talk, the podcast that's all Splunk and no junk. I am your host, Birch.
I'm Hal.
And we have a special guest today, Robin Berry.
Hi.
Hello, Robin. How are you?
Hello, Robin. Thanks for joining us.
You know, I'm pretty excited to be here.
You
and
are.
I want to just say, you were like, oh, it's just a podcast. And like, I show up here at the Splunk studio, I'm like, this is the real deal.
It's the real deal, yeah.
I'm
We
pretty
get excited because this is a hobby. This is a side
passion
of
project,
us, right?
yeah.
And it's just a podcast for us. And then you get to Vegas, and it's Vegas. It's real, it's
yeah,
big,
it's like
and
amped up.
all this great support from marketing with the studio. It's pretty amazing.
Nice.
Exciting.
So, welcome to our show.
Yeah, thank you.
We know that you work on like the domain of emerging technologies. One of the things we always like to do when we have a guest is to go over what we stupidly call your orange story, which I once mispronounced origin story as orange story. So yeah, we'd love to hear how you got to this desk today.
Okay. Well, I want to take us back a little bit to when I grew up. So I was, was a pretty joyful, happy kid, loved to explore. And my early years were in Ohio.
Oh.
And when I turned 10, my parents told my two brothers and myself, like, hey, we're moving to New Jersey.
Okay.
And unlike other kids, I was like, this is gonna be great.
Oh,
I'm gonna
okay.
have friends in 2 locations.
Which
I'm loving it. Friends plus, right? And so I go to the first day of school at my new school.
Where in Jersey?
In northern New Jersey.
Okay.
Yeah. So so I walk
Like
into
Jersey City?
No,
actually
that's by Manhattan.
No, I love that
yeah,
response.
it was pretty far north. It's called Upper Saddle River.
Okay.
Oh.
So pretty close to the city. And so I walk into the classroom, the teacher introduces me to the class, and then she says, pick a place to sit. And the kids had clumped all their desks together into small groups. And all of a sudden I was like, whoa,
Oh,
this is like political.
The clicks were right.
Right,
Here's one,
exactly.
I
And
feel like
so
I'm picturing the movie Mean Girls, where she's like walking through the lunchroom, and
it's like, I got to pick the right group. And so all of a sudden I was like, whoa, I was not prepared for this. And so I left feeling pretty uneasy about that situation. And I was like, maybe instead of just this happy-go-lucky thing, I should try to be a little proactive, do a little planning. And so thus was born Planner Girl.
Okay.
So she is my yang to my exploratory yin. And so she
And did you learn about Agile boards back then? No, okay.
No, I would say that was more recent.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I ended up doing from there, like Planner Girl, she's action-oriented. She loves to plan all the things to perfection, even though we know planning always goes out the window when reality hits, but at least we've planned.
Yeah.
And so fast forward, I get a degree in business management and learn about my love and passion about computers, writing code after that. And I ended up spending a lot of my time in the open source community. I loved it, like this petri dish of ideas and people. Anybody can get involved.
Yeah.
So
it's exciting.
I love it. It's very open, as it's aptly named. And so, but still, in that environment, there's quite a bit of chaos. So, like Planner Girl's like stepping in. It's like, I'm not just going to write code. I want to make sure we deliver the best API documentation, that we're actually enabling developers to use this code, and so on and so forth. And so I kind of brought that to what we do at Splunk today. And so I am a product leader in the platform organization. I lead an area called AI and strategic incubations. So that includes AI, includes the Edge Hub, Splunk AR, and Splunk Mobile. So it's a very exciting place to be, and I'm pretty thrilled to be here at Splunk.
I want to hear about all of those things, but after 2 items.
Right.
Number 1, what was the job title you shared? It was
AI. Technically, Senior Director of Product Management is my official title.
Oh, what were the words that you used before?
Oh, AI and strategic incubations.
Okay, I couldn't help but connect the Petri dish with incubation. That was
Yes.
delightful.
Yeah.
But more interesting, could you go back to the part about your degree? Or what did you get Are you not a traditionally technical
I do
trained
not have
person?
a computer science degree.
Go on.
So, you know, when I was in school,
I only flunked out twice, for the record.
Really?
As a comparison. How many times did you flunk out?
It felt like every day.
I set the bar way down here.
Yeah.
So
I feel bad
did you
for
complete
doing
college?
well.
I fell out this some college field.
I had trouble in college, but grad school I matured a lot, and I was like
Okay.
one of top of the class kind of things.
It works out in the end, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I went to, I became a adjunct professor at Emory University, so like I was like, it worked out at the end.
Wow.
But what was your path like?
Yeah.
well, in school it was everywhere because I was one of those kids that came in kind of like, gee, I don't know what I'm gonna do, right? And so I came in focused on marine biology. I ended up in the music school. I played piano as a kid, and but the music program there
You have
was
attention issues. I appreciate that.
What's that?
You have attention issues. I appreciate that.
Well, you know, I think I was pretty active, and
Yeah.
I just did a
Yeah.
lot as a kid.
Awesome.
And so when I was in college, I was like, well, I'm not going to get too picky too fast, right? And I did glance at the computer science program in the school, and I was like, I don't know, maybe, you know, but there wasn't a lot of push. It's not like anyone pushed me away, but no one kind of like pushed me toward a more technical degree. And so
Well, what was your passion at the time? What led, I mean, music was probably one.
music was a passion, and the environment. So I was very focused on environmental protection. I joined the student environmental organization there. We ran all sorts of programs like we got the cafeterias to stop using, well, they still use styrofoam cups, but you could bring in your own mug and they would fill it
All
with
right.
Coke, water, whatever
Yeah.
you wanted, right? And it was months of negotiating because
And that's where
you're fighting up against big styrofoam there.
yeah, and you know, I mean, it was great. They figured out they could make it happen,
Yeah.
and so it was great to implement a real program like that that made a difference.
So you ended up what was your actual degree? And
Well,
if you don't mind
it's in
saying.
business administration and management.
Okay.
So, and that happened because I wanted to get done with school. I was like, I'm done messing around. I'm going to get out as fast as I can. And I had a desire to kind of move into running my own business. I was like imagining a future state there. And I was like, that could be something that happens. Having a business degree will help. So that's where I got my degree. And then I landed my first jobs at a legal law firm, at consulting agencies that did like environmental consultation. And I learned a ton about chemistry and all of these things, but I was always the one fixing the computer problems.
Oh, interesting.
And that just kept growing, and I
back
started,
around.
and I became like this like Microsoft Power user, and then I was like, I'm bored, I want to do more. And I met a couple C++ programmers, and they're like, you got the brain for writing code. I was like, okay. So like I had this Texas Instrument laptop, it was like this thick, and it had Windows something terrible on it, and I just threw it out, and I put an open source Linux distro on it.
Do you
And
recall which distro?
Caldera, Open
Okay.
Caldera, or something like that.
Her
It's-
story checks out.
yeah, and I
Slackware,
learned.
what was yours first?
My first PC?
No, your first Linux distro.
Yeah.
Oh, well, let's
Okay,
not.
next topic.
Yeah, next topic.
It's okay. It's
It was pretty late. It was CentOS on like virtual boxes before like Docker was easy to run. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
It's fine. It's fine.
there's nothing wrong with that.
I'm a Windows guy.
Windows has come a long way.
It,
So,
it has come a long way
I'm
since I
also a
started
Windows
off.
guy.
Actually, I'm an OS2 and OS2 Warp guy originally. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So that's what you fell into technology, but sort of just following the fun.
Yeah, exactly. And happened to meet the right kinds of programmers who opened the idea to like the world of Linux and therefore open source. So then I started to understand some very important programming principles based on those kinds of backgrounds. So
And how
really
did
loved
you
it.
get to Splunk specifically?
So I was leading the engineering team at Rokana, which was acquired by Splunk in 2017. So it came through an acquisition, and I have had just
did I
such
not
an
know
amazing
that?
journey here.
Yeah.
Like Splunk
So you knew Thor and Mel.
Yeah, exactly. So I
okay.
worked with Thor and Mel and Eric Sammer and a whole bunch of them. So, so joining Splunk, shepherding the team in, that was a huge experience. Like what it means to be a startup, to be acquired, help the team kind of land safely.
So how big was Rakana at that time, roughly?
Well, the engineering team.
This big.
Exactly. Exactly.
Measured in cubits, please.
That's perfect. So, engineering team that joined Splunk was 16.
Okay.
And we just kind of got settled in, and but it wasn't long. Like, the team was so cool. Like, they're like, oh, we're going to use the Splunk color palette, and redid the UI in a couple weeks, like a sprint, and I was like, oh my God, these guys, they're amazing. So, and so on and so forth. Like, they just kind of took to what was happening at Splunk, and I was really proud of the team. Like, they just got settled in.
So what would you say was one of the innovations or the strengths of what was done at Rakana, and how did that bring forward? Did you see some of those evolutions or impact that y'all were able to have in Splunk later?
I think one of the benefits of that acquisition was Splunk was really excited about stream processing at the time. And so that was one of the key factors I knew they were excited about. I think they were just really interested in the team itself, too. The top talent on that team was amazing. And so to be able to bring them in and kind of, give us a little extra power to move and improve how we're doing ingest was really important at the time, and still is today. I mean, you see something like Edge Processor, and that's like an evolution of how we do stream processing and in-time, real-time ingestion and things like that. So
let's talk about some of your first projects after the Rakana phase, after that acquisition.
Interesting roles that you've had here before you got to this one, and then we will finally talk about the cool
new
tech.
stuff.
Yeah.
So I'll try to keep it short. So I first was just leading the team, but it wasn't long before I was asked to kind of bring together everything we were doing around ingestion here at Splunk. So I think the group was called Data Availability at the time, and so that included all the technical add-ons, the forwarders, just everything that we were doing there. So that was huge, and I really loved working on that. That edge of Splunk. If we don't get that data in, what do we have? We've got to have it. So for me, it was a real passion to be able to focus on that. And then, things grew from there. I, for a while, was leading the observability team. So that was also right after Signal Effects was acquired. And so I think, again, having gone through that experience of going through an acquisition and helping another team land a much bigger team with existing products and a sales team, right? There was a lot going on there.
Oh, you're I've been on this journey, follow me.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, hopefully they accepted my wisdom. We don't know, but I think, I really loved working with that team. They really have, and still to this day.
You were primarily, if I understand, on the engineering management and leadership side.
That's right.
Before moving into the product.
That's right. So I've been Senior Director of Engineering here at Splunk for most of my time, and then just recently moved into product management. And, that came about, I think people make this shift and they kind of move from role to role, and I love that here at Splunk.
Oh, yeah.
I've met more and more people. They go from engineering, product management, they're out in sales, they come back, right? That's so fantastic to be able to do that at a company like Splunk, just great people working here.
Yep.
Great way to grow your career is to be at a growing company.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
So what were some of the changes that you found, and what's different in product than engineering? I mean, the principles of the things are different.
Let's talk about preparing for .conf, because I had no idea. I was like, where did the product managers go as an engineering leader? You just
because everyone just disappears.
Well, they do, and they don't really disappear, but they're just hunkered down.
Yeah.
And a lot of what we're doing on the product management side is working with marketing, making sure we're pulling together all the awesome work our engineering teams have done and present in a way that's authentic for the whole audience, and then pulling all these sessions together and so on. So I've learned now just what the undertaking is from the product management perspective, and I loved it. Like it's fast paced, and then you get to kind of see it all arrive and happen, and that part's really exciting.
So let's talk about if there's anything interesting that you work on today.
There's this little thing we were talking about.
This has the plastic covering if the glare looks unflattering.
Maybe we can show the box.
Yeah.
Is that better?
So this is the Edge Hub.
It's the Splunk Edge Hub, and this is pretty exciting. And I think what customers might think about here is like, gee, do I really need something like this? I don't know. But if you were really trying to think about understanding your physical environment and how that might relate to data you already have in Splunk, like you could start doing that kind of correlation. So that's why one of our—
And that's like the power, that was my aha moment for Splunk years ago, was like, I can now correlate otherwise disparate data.
Right.
Things that, and I think I've talked with you before about like, imagine an assembly line, and every day you don't notice it, but over a massive data set, you start to see that around noon, I'm making something up, but like around noon, the yield isn't as good. And you wouldn't have known that day in and day out. But when you look at over a larger data set over, you start to, and then, well, why is that happening? And you have something like Edge Hub that's picking up vibration. And it turns out, oh, that's when the supply trucks are coming in. And so the vibration generated by unloading all the raw materials into the floor,
the yield, the imperfections
is actually causing more imperfections on the assembly line. And like these are the kind of things that you can't do when you're just looking at the assembly line. But when you have large data set over massive scale and correlating it with things you could never connect it to, like to me that's awesome.
I am pretty excited about that aspect of it. And so whether you're thinking about a factory floor or your data center and understanding what's the temperature, what's the humidity, and that, right, and just kind of helping all of our Splunk users really figure out how to solve whatever is coming at them and do it quickly and on the edge. So this is also on your factory floor. So you're walking right up and you can see what's happening. I mean, I loved Joel's demo yesterday, and they're like showing it on the big screen, so it's just really cool that you can get it instantaneously, but then also do the kind of analytics work.
So we've never done hardware
later.
before. What are some of the learnings that you kind of found that the team had to, come to grasp with, over that time period? We've been making software for 20 years.
Yeah.
And T-shirts for 20 years.
It's a kind of hardware.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I think one of the things that's great about the Edge Hub team is they had that experience already. So they already knew the amount of work it took to work with vendors and make sure they were doing the proper work. The actual
like
development.
those little logos on the back that's printed on the device, there's some FCC label or whatever, those types of things.
Yeah,
that involves months and months of work.
Right.
To get that label that lets you ship the thing.
Yep. So, and we're making sure that the Splunk logo is correct and all of those aspects. So there's a lot of work we're doing in overseeing it, but the actual manufacturing is done by a separate company. So, so we're really here to focus.
How strategic. No, I mean, it's like clever, right? Like that's not our core competency.
Exactly.
So another company is going to do that. Yeah, that's smart.
You got it. Yeah. Thanks, Birch. You said better than
Sorry,
I could.
I'm like thinking out loud.
That was great. So we really focus on the fact that, people can start using Splunk right away. They can buy, one or as many devices as they feel they need to get things set up correctly and work with our partners to do it. So it's a really interesting venture for Splunk, and I think we're seeing a ton of excitement. And I don't know if you all get to the pavilion, there's an Edge Hub Central location, and I do want to make...
Really? I'm surprised we didn't just call it the Edge Hub.
Birch, I'm not in charge of the naming of things. No, but Edge Hub Central is actually the name of the company where you can do the purchasing. So
cool.
Partners will go in, they'll say, I need to purchase 50 devices, and take care of that for our customers, get it installed and do the work, so it gets up and running quickly. But over there, I do recommend checking out what the partners are showcasing as their solutions. And we have a special demo using Splunk AI and the Edge Hub. So if you're really curious.
I love that one.
Yeah, you can. Did you try it? I mean, I was there last night. It was so
I
much
only
fun.
know what happened back in January. So capabilities since January, I have no clue. So I'm going to be surprised by what they've done.
Oh yeah, it's fantastic. So so Edge Hub's doing just great
So
work.
you've got the AR team. You have the Edge Hub team.
That's right.
The product responsibility. And what else? You've got more in your portfolio.
Well,
AI
right.
and ML.
So it's AI and ML. So think machine learning toolkit, the Splunk AI assistant that Min was talking about today and Faya showed in more detail, the anomaly detection app. So there's a bunch of work going on there. And then, I'm also thrilled about the machine learning team because we're partnering with security and observability too. So we have these apps so people can get that experience right away or try it out. Like the anomaly detection app, you don't have to be a data scientist. It's like click some buttons and like it starts working. So that, I love making it easy for people to get started and start to realize like, okay, like now what am I getting? I could go further with this. And so it gives them a chance to start figuring out how to use these tools to solve their problems. But we're also integrating across the whole portfolio. And I think that's what really matters here. We don't want it to be just off on the side. We want it to just make everybody's day-to-day interactions easier, get to the answer faster, right? Help them move and take action more quickly, things like that.
In the broadcast just before you joined, we were talking about AI specifically, but what you're saying is true for ML as well. Like I was saying, it kind of.
We talked about the Terminator. We're all going to die.
I was saying, in my mind, it's like we're democratizing some of these more complex things, so less technical people can get these very otherwise technical answers and value out of the product, which reminded Hal of our former company mission, of making machine data usable, accessible, and valuable to everyone. And it's just really intriguing. Like we've had the app for machine learning for a while, right? And people could do some incredible things with that. And the more that the PhD, it doesn't have to be the sole person to implement it. And the more we're seeing like, an average user can use these features to get insights, it's really exciting.
It really is. And that's what I always wanted for Splunk and Splunk's customers. It's like, it's a complex world out there. So what can we do to make it a little bit easier for them, right? Just, all the, whatever the number of threats and vulnerabilities that are out there, anything we can do to kind of make it just a little bit simpler, I think is the right direction for us to go.
So maybe we could kind of finish on some of the directional things that the team are going to be working on in terms of, we heard Min talk about the principles, let's see, human in the middle, and we had two others, embracing, kind of extending the platform, and I think open and extensible. I think those are the principles that I recall.
Yep, pretty close. There was the domain specific.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so what do any of those mean for you, and how's that going to shape things going forward?
Well, before we go there, I do just want to touch on mobile, just in case.
Oh, sure.
People, might not be thinking about it, but it's just as essential. And I'm thrilled that, you can still, you need to have easy access to your dashboards or get an alert, on your phone, and then kind of get to the computer and, take action. So that is something that's available for all of our customers today. So really hope that they take advantage of that, along with everything else that we're offering. But for the future here, and what I think really matters of those principles, the number one is making sure when we're implementing something like generative AI, we're doing it in a very safe way. So governance.
We were just talking about that. Yeah.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Data provenance, all of those things that are essential, and we know our customers care so deeply about privacy and compliance on all of those things. So we want to make sure we're doing it right. And then the human in the loop, I think, is just essential as well. So we're not here to try and take decisions away. It's more like, let's just help you, get you to the right set of recommendations.
I mean, it's hard to fully staff out your SOC with the analysts you need for the size of your business. Everyone is always stressed about the workload and all the alerts and dealing with these things. So there's a lot we could do there.
I think so. And I hope that the way people can see this in a positive light is something like generative AI could help someone who's new to the SOC get up and running, right? Where a more experienced person is now kind of has more opportunity to sit back, look at the strategic decisions they need to be making, not always fighting the fires, right? So we kind of need both of those things so that these businesses can be successful.
I always think about it like, and it's a similar paradigm to like, oh, technology is coming and it's gonna automate some things that we do, and like, sure, and now you can move up the value stack and like provide more of that beautiful brain, and instead of having your time be consumed by some things that aren't adding as rich of a value for you. Yeah.
Yeah, and this isn't new, right? This has been happening since, I don't know, fire, farming, like
No,
this
it's
is
true.
This is just a journey that we're on as a human race.
Absolutely. And Birch, as you were saying that, it just brought me back to why I started writing code in the first place. I was tired of repeating things.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, oh my God, like someone automate this, right?
Yes.
And I was like, oh, I guess I'll
that
do
someone's
it.
me.
Yeah.
Same,
Yeah.
same.
So
Feel
that's what it comes down to. I think we have brains that can do a ton. And so if we can free up some space in our own creativity, like, wow, I love doing that.
Are there any particular talks or things happening here at Conf that you want to highlight, encourage people to go, whether they're here on site or they're going to catch replays later?
For sure. I don't know that I'll remember their official names.
That's fine.
But definitely I would catch, there are a couple sessions on the Edge Hub, so they'll be kind of showing how it's used in like very specific use cases. So I'd take a look for those. And then we have one on Machine Learning Toolkit, which our most recent release had this, new capability where you can actually import your own data model. So you could train outside of Splunk, but then deploy in Splunk. And so just so much going on there. So there's, I love everything the team's working on. So I don't want to say I have favorites, but check them all out. Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm happy.
I'm very
glad
happy.
we had the chance to spend time with you.
Yeah, this is wonderful. Well, Robin, thank you very much. Hal, thank you very much.
Oh, I appreciate it. Anytime, man.
Yeah. No, I'm excited to get out there and go check out all the stuff at the pavilion. Go check out some of the sessions that we talked about. Again, there's going to be more content on this site, conf.splunk.com.
Don't forget, we do a podcast also.
We also do a podcast, and so we will be back on Thursday to review along with the keynote that closes the event, and then we will continue Splunk talking throughout the year like we normally do. So with that, thank you all and have a wonderful conf.
Hi, everyone. My name is Corey Minton, and I am excited to bring you Perspectives by Splunk. Sean and I are here to provide you with executive takes on today's security and technology topics by leaders for leaders. And our guest today has an opinion that I think many people may share, that artificial intelligence represents what is a massive technological shift in the industry, one that may be as big as the internet. Matt Swan, why do you believe that AI is going to be quite such a large revolution?
Listen, I think despite all the noise that you hear and see today about, generational AI, I think back to 20 plus years ago when, the internet evolved and immediately there was this hype cycle. And the hype cycle was, we're all going to change immediately. Everything's going to be digital immediately. And if you fast forward 20 years, we've had big winners, digital incumbents who built digital first, and they've taken advantage and they've kind of won. We also have a lot of incumbents that are still trying to figure out their digital channel. I mean, these cycle times have changed, they've shortened, but I think the reality of it is this is bigger and more powerful over the next 20 years, I think, than what we've experienced with internet, with cloud, kind of with mobile.
It's quite a big fundamental shift there, isn't it? Really, from 20 years ago when the internet was around, kind of invented, to where we are today. So, Matt, maybe you could tell us a little bit about yourself, your history, and maybe a little bit as to how you've come to this conclusion.
Well, I mean, listen, I think that a lot of companies have been experimenting with, machine learning and data and aspects of AI for some time, certainly for the last 10, 15 years. Mm-hmm. It's influenced a ton of personalization and recommendations and fraud and operational, things. And I think if you look at like any new technology, that business use case really hasn't changed. When I wake up, if I'm a fraud company today, I'm still all about getting fraud better. If I'm an operational company today, I want my operations to be better. If I want to sell more stuff, I want to sell more stuff. So AI, when I think about the evolution that we've been on in terms of getting deeper and deeper into customer information and segmentation to really tailor and personalize that, we can harness this technology to do all the things that we were doing before, but faster and better.
Yeah, excellent. So you've had kind of a storied history in terms of roles that you've played at companies. We're certainly glad to have you here at Splunk, but maybe tell the folks a little bit about kind of your previous roles and some of the ways that you've been involved in, leading through technological shifts in the past as well.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like my entire journey has really been that of modernization.
Yeah.
I was kind of day one at Amazon when we invented the cloud, when we decentralized the monolith to become, microservices. Early on, when we built a lot of the first machine learning platforms and personalization to kind of tailor how people kind of bought and viewed things, that helped organizational change and all the ways that we thought about, cross-functional teams and single-threaded teams and our operating models. And the fascinating thing for me was that I thought, well, that was just an Amazon phenomenon. Mm-hmm. And the reality of it is, as the CTO or CIO at regulated incumbents like Citibank or Booking, or newer, more digital players like neobanks, like Nubank, those same patterns have all applied themselves. Those needs all still exist.
Yeah. So when we think about, AI as a revolution, one of the most important things that we're trying to flush out for folks and really having a lot of conversations around the world is, what does it mean for technology leaders today? So like in your mind, just at a top level, what does leading in a revolution like this really look like?
Yeah, well, I think anytime there's a major shift and you recognize it, and you see value in it, you need to really embrace it. You need to make it part of your culture. And that means, embedding the right goals and incentives. It means the right education. It means the right inspection mechanisms so that when you say, hey, listen, there was a famous, my days at Amazon, we produced our annual plans, every year, and sometimes the questions changed. And if there was a popular topic like AI, what are you doing about AI? And every team had to answer that question. How am I morphing or evolving my product? How are you inspecting what you're doing, what your advantages are, what your disadvantages are, and how do you iterate through that? Because it's not all going to get solved in one period, right? We're going to look at this over time, and the ones that focus on it, make it part of their culture, they're the ones that are going to win and make it better.
It's really interesting, isn't it? So I wonder, maybe you can share your opinion on what do you think this means around people, maybe talent and recruitment strategies, both now and in the future?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think it's a little early. I think there's a lot of fear and kind of gloom and doom in the hype cycle. I think you could say that about a lot of automation that's happened over the last 20 years. There's no question a lot of jobs may get simpler or more enriched by the data that comes out of AI. I think we're going to go through a period of where we are more supervised to less supervised in terms of human involvement, kind of in those things. But I think there's just no substitute for who knows on a long enough time frame. I think for it to literally displacing everything.
That's right.
But I think what we're going to see in the next 20 years is there are going to be a lot of jobs that are going to be created that are both higher value, working on the development of AI and those things. There are going to be a lot of jobs that become more open or available because AI makes it easier. I no longer have to find the deep specialist that does that thing because AI can assist that person to help get them to the task.
Yeah, it's kind of a wild thing that this, you talked about the hype cycle and that people are going, oh, I'm going to lose my job, like we should all run for the hills. And I think it's one of those that we have to be thoughtful about what are the skills that we're going to try to develop over the future. And I think the lump of labor fallacy is kind of the best way to explain it. Like by any new technology, it's not that we're necessarily deleting as many jobs as we're creating, which I think is a kind of a fundamental change in people's mindset, that anytime you have this big change, you don't have to be scared, it's just a shift. So as we're going through that shift, if you're thinking about cybersecurity leaders, technology leaders, what are some of the practical ways? You talked about culture as like a high level, but like what are some of the practical things that you're seeing some of those great technology leaders, those great cybersecurity leaders do now that's helpful?
Well, I mean, listen, I think you have to plan for where you need speed and where you need augmentation, in your teams and systems. I think there are things where this technology can take your existing staff and team and help accelerate their time to detection, their time to recovery, and by the way, it's interesting, there's a lot of this AI that's being produced and trained off public data sets, and that's fine, and you can learn and kind of grow from that. I think the real power comes from these platforms of private data sets, and when you begin to build on that to automate how you make things operate better, how you make them recover better, how you find and detect security issues better. But again, that comes back to that core mission. You have to your mission hasn't changed. You're a security company, right? You're an operations company, you're a fraud company. And so how do you leverage that technology to automate and expedite that path to resilience? And inevitably, as we all know, in e-commerce, we didn't close down the physical stores. With mobile, we didn't give away all our computers. With AI, all the jobs are probably not going to go away.
That's true. It's a great way of describing it, isn't it? So there are so many different opportunities maybe with AI today and coming in the future. For a leader, it's really hard to understand what they need to invest in next. So do you have any advice?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think it's not just AI. If you're a leader in this decade, in this century, the learning never stops. And it is only accelerated, and I think AI is only going to accelerate it further. I think you have to look to your network. Not to make yourself smart, who are your network or your mentors that you trust? Who are the people on your team that you're going to listen to that are closest to this? Who are the vendors that have built a competence in this that can help establish the patterns of the products that help you kind of integrate, and kind of do more? Look, if you're an innovator and a founder, what's the company you want to build to be AI or, kind of digital first? But I think you need to take and talk to these people, talk to the venture capitalists, talk to the private equity folks, and make an assessment based on principles and tenets. What's important to you in your business? And then kind of weigh out where does this begin to fit in so that I can test and learn and evolve and kind of advance the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's, one of the things that's been super popular, you talked about it earlier, this generative AI, right? That's the thing that really burst onto the consciousness of the common person right out there. While many of us have been working in AI research and big data, these things for years and years. But one of the things that they're thinking is you're going to automate everything. AI is going to take over. But I don't feel like that's true. Like, do you believe that human in the loop is the right answer now? And like, how far in the future is that real full AI automation going to happen?
Look, I can't predict the future.
I thought that's why you were here.
I would. I'd be in the market a little bit more.
That's right.
I think that, look, there's no question we're on an arc or continuum that with an increase in compute power and capacity, with an increase in data and the curation and the governance of that data, and the increase in the learning and the aptitude that we have in terms of our ability to ingest and kind of forward these things, more will be automated. More will become. And so the world will be a different place. Is it going to be a different place next week or next month? Absolutely not. I think you have to look at, over time, these shifts are generational. And even though we're seeing the hype cycle of, oh, but this AI's tool launched and that launched and this got launched. Think about it like, there's a famous story that Bezos used to tell, that at the turn of the century when automobiles were made, there were hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of automobile makers. And most of them failed. And you bridge down to the top kind of 3 or 4, which became the real winners and succeeders kind of in this space, right? Those were kind of day one companies. And I think if you look at the thing of the internet, there were so many companies and so much hype. And then through the late 90s, so much of that failed and contracted. But again, there was a concentration of winners and things that have carried forward. You could say the same thing with cloud, with mobile, with various aspects of business. I don't think AI is going to be too much different than that. Maybe we're on a slightly faster cycle, but this is going to be a generational shift.
Great. So you touched on culture earlier. Let's dive into that a bit more here. With the world likely to be a very different place in maybe a decade or so's time with the invention and drive of AI, what cultural changes do you think we now need to embed into our organizations today and tomorrow to make that shift happen over the next decade?
Well, I mean, the good news is our kids are going to take care of it. Right? They're going to be smarter than we are. They're going to be faster than we are, and they're going to lap us in kind of in no time. I think, though, the way that I think about, look, I've got a daughter and sons, and I think about one's a software engineer, one's finishing up kind of in school, and I think the things that I would have told them to think about studying and investing in a few years ago have changed. And I think the way you think about data and data intelligence and/or machine learning and what goes into those things, if there's an interest, I think there's going to be a lot more value. I think there's going to be a lot more job creation and things in those areas. Because, look, it's been easy for Adobe and a number of companies to augment their products to quickly produce a thing. Look at the broad swath of everything that would have to be automated. It's just going to take time.
Absolutely. So one of the key goals that we had when we set out to do this Perspectives, both the website and this podcast, was really a way to help make sure that we're able to help leaders stay abreast of the latest sort of trends and technologies that are happening in cybersecurity and across IT and engineering. So I'm curious, as a leader, what's like your go-to resource? I know you mentioned earlier, right, having a great network and having mentors and folks that you trust. But is there any like sort of either mailing list or like a website? Like, is there your favorite resource that you use to stay abreast of things? And if you say TikTok, it's fine.
I'm embarrassingly not a TikTok user. I probably should be. I would probably know more about AI if I did.
Probably how to start a business.
I think look, I'm happy to share some of this kind of offline. They don't kind of come to mind kind of top of head. I do have a handful of podcasts, of newsletters and things that I wouldn't say I follow. They're not my playbook for, I must go do and follow this. But they inspire me when I learn about the things that others are doing and the creative things that I thought weren't possible and how I might apply them to a business. And so I think it's up to everyone to build their own, again, network of people, digital resources, right, across the internet and all of these things, and companies to help understand who is your mini board of advisors on AI.
Absolutely. Build that board of advisors. Well, Matt, thank you so much for joining us, having this chat about leading through AI. I hope you all learned quite a bit from the minds of leaders. And that's the goal with Splunk's Perspectives, is to curate what's happening in technology and security for executives. So be sure to check out splunk.com/perspectives for more. Thanks for joining. I'm Corey Minton. We'll see you soon. Hi, everyone. Kirsty and I are excited to bring you the Perspectives by Splunk podcast, where we seek to bring you interesting topics around security and technology for leaders, by leaders. And we're joined today by Gary Steele. Gary, I want to start off with a quick one for you.
Sure.
Who is Gary Steele?
Who is Gary Steele? Well, I'm Splunk CEO, and I'm just having an amazing time being Splunk CEO.
Yeah? It's fantastic.
That's great. I mean, that could have gone a lot of different directions, that question. We had the
know.
man, the legend, Gary Steele, our CEO.
I thought we were going to get into a fine art conversation.
No, it's fantastic. Well, thank you so much for joining us today.
It's great to be here.
As we said, this podcast is by leaders for leaders. So we'd be really keen to know, for you, what's the biggest challenge that you hear from our customer executives today as you speak to them peer-to-peer or leader-to-leader?
One of the things that's been great being here at Conf and spending time with our customers, I think there's this broad theme around resilience. Obviously, that's a big part of our messaging, but I also think it's what's on people's minds. And it really spans from cyber to how do you keep this broad, vast digital footprint up and running consistently. And so I think while that happens to be our messaging, I do think it is number one top of mind for tech leaders today.
Yeah, one of the things that we talk about is, we've seen Splunk go through some pretty massive transformations from a go-to-market perspective, and frankly, operating in a highly innovative part of the industry. From your seat, what's maybe some wisdom that you could share with other leaders that they're trying to lead through big changes like this that are happening today?
Yeah, I think a couple things. I think one, as a technology company, one of the things I've been super focused on is how do we continue to increase the pace of innovation? Because at the end of the day, it's all about delivering an amazing customer experience, and at the heart of customer experience is innovation. Because that's what they're dependent upon us for. And so really getting everyone thematically focused on it, being here at Conf, I think people walked away with that message. There's a lot happening across the product line, which I think everyone's super excited about. And then in that process of leading change, for Splunkers, one of the things I've been trying to do consistently is talk directly to Splunkers every week and make sure that people really understand how we're thinking about the opportunity going forward and getting aligned on what's really important, and customer experience being a big part of that.
Yeah, I think that innovation piece is really key. And it's interesting because we wonder how that offsets against the background, the challenge that we're working in, the context that we're in with the economic climate, the way it is. And wondered if you could speak a bit about how that has challenged you to think differently the way the economy is at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, clearly there's a level of uncertainty in the economic environment. Honestly, I don't think it's bad. I just think it's super uncertain. I don't think any of us really understand what the next year will hold in terms of where does the economy go. But I think as long as we're anchored and focused on things that result in value for our customers, that's all that matters. Whether that's improving customer experience, whether that's more products and capabilities that drive better innovation, whether it's capabilities that help customers consolidate their offerings, I think all of those things are really good. And so if you never lose sight of delivering value to customers, I think you will do the right thing even in a choppier economic time.
Yeah, so it's interesting though, because I think from a leader perspective, uncertainty certainly makes people, sometimes uncomfortable, but they look to leaders like you and CEOs to, set priorities, right, to prioritize objectives. How do you go about that process of helping develop? If, customer experience and pace of innovation are critical, how do you set those perspectives and cascade those effectively through your teams?
Yeah, it's interesting. As a company, we really have two kind of competing priorities, which are how do you ensure that customer experience is amazing every day? And there's always room for improvement there. And then I think about the power of all of our employees and the capabilities that they have to deliver that customer experience. And I think about customer experience and employee experience very much equivalent because they're so critical to running this business. And if you always frame everything in terms of what really matters, is it mattering to an employer, is it mattering to a customer? It kind of helps you sift through those priorities relatively quickly. And I think you can ultimately then deliver great outcomes as a result.
Yeah, that lens is really important for helping you prioritize and get those things in order. And that can really help in times of uncertainty, like you were saying before.
For sure.
So we've seen a lot of evolution happening lately with the Splunk portfolio. Of everything that's going on, what do you think is resonating the most with our customer executives?
It's interesting because there's so much thematic discussion around AI. I think everyone wanted to hear, like, Splunk, what are you up to? You know, and one of the things that I'm personally very excited about is what the future holds for us in this broad context of AI. You know, the announcement that we made today relative to Splunk AI, I think is a good anchor point. But what's really exciting is where it's all headed. And if we can just make the lives of our customers easier because you're assisting them along the way with more sophistication delivered through AI, that's kind of amazing.
Yeah, absolutely it is. So one of the things that we're hoping that leaders will come to, you know, Splunk Perspectives for is, you know, to stay abreast of what's going on in the market. You talked about that there's incredible innovation happening in AI across the Splunk portfolio, but really it's happening across the world. Like there's lots of innovation happening in lots of pockets. I'm curious, you know, you talked earlier about having, you know, great connection to your team, right, through regular cadence conversations. But what other sort of, you know, best practices do you adopt to help keep yourself abreast of the technology changes, abreast of like what's going on in the market so that you can accurately prioritize your teams?
Yeah, you know, for me, and I set on this mission when I joined the company, is I wanted to get really close to customers. And so I spent a good portion of my time, my first 100 days, my first 100 customers, it really helped anchor me for how customers were thinking about what was making Splunk great and also where we could improve. And so having that strong foundational knowledge of what the heck's going on with our customers, to me, was sort of the basis for which it just helps you make priority decisions. So you're not relying upon everything filtering through 5 layers of people before it gets to you, and you have your own perspective and opinion on, well, I've talked to a lot of customers myself. I have a view of what's really working or areas where we just need to improve.
Yeah, it's really interesting because that ground truth is exactly that very grounding. And it reminds me of this TV show called Undercover Boss, where you get to go and sit among...
I know, I watch that show.
Yeah, right? Would you ever go on that, Gary?
I don't know that it applies. I think it's better in retail.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Retail,
right?
yeah.
Like, I think it's the better, like the restaurant or the
I actually think the bigger
experience.
challenge you would have is because you are such a present CEO. It's not, you know, we have a regular, you know, cadence conversation with you, so I don't think you could sneak in and
I know, what would my disguise be? Like, I don't even know what it would be.
Just drink not Diet Pepsi.
Oh, maybe.
That would be, it looks like Gary Steele.
Maybe if I showed up with a Diet Coke.
Yeah, who is this guy?
Who is that guy? It'd be crazy.
So I'm curious, I want to double click on one thing you mentioned earlier, though, this AI story, right?
Yeah.
It's pervasive. Everybody wants to talk about it, but making it real seems more challenging. What around AI, like what about AI innovation that Splunk is doing, do you think is making AI really valuable in specific domain areas?
No, what I think is super exciting is our focus on just making our users' life better.
Yeah.
Assisting them in the tasks that they have ahead of them and making it more efficient, faster, more practical, delivering better outcomes as a result. You know, I keep reminding people, AI is not magic. It's not magic.
As much as they'd like to believe.
As long as people portray it that way sometimes. Yeah. I get lots of questions that you would think AI is magic. It's not. But it has great potential. And I think if we focus, again, going back to customer experience, how can we deliver an amazing customer experience by leveraging AI that just makes someone's day simpler?
Yeah, I think that customer experience thread comes through really clearly in your leadership and best exemplified perhaps by the 100 days, 100 customers that you mentioned before, which is a great piece of advice for anyone starting and taking over as a CEO of a new company. But if you had the chance to give some advice to perhaps new CEOs or CEOs who are coming into a new company, what advice would you give for them in their first 100 days?
Yeah, I think I did a couple things that I really look back on and I think, okay, this was a good lesson. One was the focus on customers. I don't know that I would commit to 100 customers. It was actually a lot. I'm like, am I going to make my goal? I've got to make my goal. And then I spent a lot of time with Splunkers.
Yeah.
And so hearing directly from the employees what was working, what wasn't working, and again, not relying on it all being filtered through other people.
Yeah.
And I remember the chairman of Splunk's board said to me, well, you know, maybe in your first 90 days, Gary, you can talk to the top 50 Splunkers. And my response was, dude, I'm going to do that before I start. Like, I'm not going to wait.
Yeah.
So literally before I even walked in the door,
I
had a really good sense. So my only advice is just the more that you can understand what you're walking into, meaning what's on the minds of the employees and what really matters, and then what's on the minds of your customers, And it then helps you very quickly sift through what's really important, what are the priorities, and what really matters. You know, you guys remember this when I walked in, we had 12 priorities.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. I can't even name them all now.
There's one every month, yeah.
And we got it down to 5 relatively quickly. And it wasn't being disrespectful to the past. All those 12 things were very valid. It's just the average employee, including me, I can't remember them.
Yeah.
And if it's too many, you're probably not actually focused on all of them.
For sure.
And so again, the more we can all keep it simpler to try to drive better outcomes, I think it's just better.
Yeah. If everything's important, nothing's important, right?
Right, and honestly, nothing gets done.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So one last thing I want to ask is, you know, you talked about being respectful to the past. Splunk has a phenomenal culture.
An amazing culture.
And
right?
amazing customers, amazing community, and it's exciting to be part of. I think as you look out over the next couple of years, what are you most excited about as if your priorities come true? What's that world look like in a couple of years for Splunk that you're excited to be part of?
Yeah, I think the path that we're on for customer experience, just making it easier for customers to adopt, making it easier for a customer to get outcomes, those are great things. You couple with that, with the pace of innovation we have, I think it can be really transformative about the outcomes customers can get from Splunk. And while we're at the beginning of this journey on AI, I think it will unlock amazing outcomes that we can't even foresee.
Yeah.
Because if you think about it, if you go back in time, what has been so remarkable about Splunk is this incredible platform that empowers people to do things that no one would have ever imagined.
Right.
And I think the work that we're doing, the innovation we're doing, coupled with AI, continues to unlock that in a super powerful way.
Yeah, it's such an interesting response to end on. I'm so sorry we don't have more time with you today. I know your schedule's incredibly busy, but we wanted to say thank you so much for joining us. And
It's so great to be here. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for our listeners as well for listening to our executive takes on today's security and technology topics by leaders for leaders. It's always great to hear Gary Steele speak on any subject, but especially the range of things you've let us ask you today. So thank you, and head over to splunk.com/perspectives for more.
Welcome back with Splunk Studios. We're halfway through my first ever .conf. I'm the CISO here at Splunk. It's already been incredible to engage with so many great customers to learn about how they're building a safer and more resilient digital world. And so I can't wait to see what the next couple days bring to us. Now though, most importantly, super excited to be joined by Andy Greenberg here on set. Andy's well known in the cybersecurity space, senior writer for Wired, covers hacking, cybersecurity, surveillance, author of a new book, Traces in the Dark. And then before that, seminal book, Sandworm. Everybody in cybersecurity has read that.
Thank you. Thank you.
So fired up to have you here. So appreciative for you to be able to talk to all the Splunkers and attendees. So thank you for coming.
Oh, it's a pleasure to do it. Yeah.
So first question, how did you get into covering cybersecurity?
Yeah, so it's I took a very strange route to it. I was trying to be a China reporter. I lived in China when I got out of college for a couple of years, and I spoke Chinese, worked in a Chinese language office, was trying to freelance on the side and couldn't really get my journalism career going. So I came back to the US to go to journalism school in New York and found that in journalism school, like, you don't really have access to the world. You're sort of stuck in school. So I found stories on the internet instead. And I really started like digging up initially this was like 2005, 2006. Google black hat SEO, search engine optimization scams and schemes like that. And I published some of those stories as an intern at Forbes magazine. And I don't know, it was a weird time. They liked those stories and they gave me a job. And it happened to be the week that I started, the week that the security reporter was leaving. That was Lisa Lair. She's now, I think, at the New York Times. She's an excellent national security reporter. But I took over, and I don't know, I just sort of, by nature, took a more nerdy bent on this like security beat, and immediately went to Black Hat and DEF CON here in Vegas and started drinking from that fire hose of this this world, and it never really stopped. I mean, it's like I've just found that it's kind of strange subcultural underworld that I enjoy finding stories in, and I've been doing it for 15 years now.
All right, great. Well, so let's talk about your latest book. So what prompted you to write a book on crypto?
Yeah, well, really, like I said, I've been doing this for 15 years. I mean, it was more than a decade ago. It's like been most of my career ago that I came upon this thing called Bitcoin, which, just, I don't know, given the kind of reporter I am, I sort of looked at this like, is this digital cash going to be used for crime on the internet? I mean, Bitcoin initially was described even to me as a kind of anonymous, untraceable digital money for the internet. If you remember, I mean, that sounds silly in retrospect, but even Satoshi Nakamoto wrote in this initial email introducing Bitcoin to a cryptography mailing list that participants can be anonymous. So a lot of us really did think, because there were no identities on the blockchain, just these long addresses, that Bitcoin might be this kind of truly, if not anonymous, at least pseudonymous money. And I thought, wow, this is going to be used for all sorts of new forms of financial crime. And I wrote this initial piece about Bitcoin for Forbes in 2011. Bitcoin was worth $1 at the time. I think it was the first print magazine piece about Bitcoin. And I described it as like, this potential crime coin. And sure enough, like just after that, the Silk Road kind of came to popularity and was doing millions of dollars in dark web drug deals using Bitcoin. It seemed like it was working. And I did some experimental drug buys myself on the Silk Road that I wrote about in Forbes. And it was only a couple of years later that I met Sarah Mickeljohn, this researcher who wrote a kind of seminal paper pointing out that, yes, if you could crack this blockchain thing, yes, you could find patterns in it to start tracing these transactions. And she showed that Bitcoin was really like the opposite of untraceable. I mean, she flipped it completely on its head and was the first, I think, to really prove in an academic setting that, yes, you can trace Bitcoin. And in fact, she showed me my illegal drug deals on the blockchain. She like could see those.
That's good.
These illegal transactions that I had done fully in public, recorded forever on the internet.
How do you feel about that? Are you okay with
I'm
that?
okay with it now. It was pot. It was marijuana.
okay.
You know, we're in Las Vegas. It's
Yeah,
like,
right.
I don't know. I live in New York. It's not a big deal anymore. I'm allowed to confess to these things. But that was the beginning of my like kind of slow motion epiphany that this thing that I thought was a kind of perfect untraceable currency was the opposite, and it was actually a kind of trap for people seeking privacy and cyber criminals, and that there had, later learned, been this small group of detectives who'd figured that out and used cryptocurrency tracing as this incredibly powerful investigative technique. They'd gone on this multi-year spree of tracing Bitcoins, tracing cryptocurrency, following the money to take down some of the biggest kingpins in the cyber criminal economy. And that's the story of Tracers in the Dark.
Sure. So can you tell me a little bit about the biggest cases as part of that?
Well, in the wake of the Silk Road was taken down in 2013, really before people realized fully that Bitcoin could be traced. It was taken down through other means.
Right.
It existed for 2.5 years online and did hundreds of millions of dollars in drug deals that were not really traced. In the wake of the Silk Road, that left a kind of power vacuum that was eventually filled by this site, Alphabet, which grew to be not only the biggest dark web market at the time, but the biggest in history. It was at its peak 10 times the size of the Silk Road, and I think did a total of like $650 million in drug deals. The creator of that site was this guy, Alpha02, and I kind of revealed for the first time in Tracers in the Dark that the hunt for Alpha02, in that kind of this massive manhunt across many countries, many law enforcement agencies, came to be known as Operation Bayonet, that the turning point in that case was actually when they realized that they could trace his funds. That was really what proved that Alpha02 was this guy, Alexander Kaz, this Canadian guy living in Bangkok, who had a villa in Phuket and a Lamborghini, and sort of, had identified himself as a crypto bro, early crypto investor,
Right.
but was in fact a massive drug kingpin. And his Bitcoins were traced. His cryptocurrency, he was using multiple, of course, by that time. And he was, identified and tracked down in Bangkok. That story kind of culminates in this incredibly elaborate sting operation where he knew that that if he had full disk encryption on his laptop and never opened it outside of his home in Bangkok, then it would be very difficult to catch him red-handed. So there was this very elaborate sort of almost theatrical undercover operation where all of these different agents were playing different roles on his cul-de-sac in Bangkok. One was pretending to be a gardener. One was pretending to be an electrician working on a wiring box outside of his home. And then another couple of agents, these female Thai police agents, crashed a car into his front gate. And all of this was like this elaborate ruse designed to pull him out of his home, try to get him away from his laptop while it was still open and logged into Alphabet. That I'll leave the rest of the action scene for this book, but it was kind of like maybe the most climactic case in the story. But then it was immediately followed by this other case that it was by some measures even bigger, where IRS criminal investigators traced cryptocurrency payments to take down the biggest child sexual abuse video market on the dark web, called Welcome to Video. And in the process, by tracing these transactions where people were paying into the site for these horrific child exploitation videos, they tracked down 337 men around the world who were involved in this and rescued 23 children. I mean, this is in some ways a much bigger case in terms of human impact, and that is kind of where the book culminates.
So, given that, with your book and talking about the traceability of crypto, why do you think it's still the de facto cybercrime currency? That doesn't kind of make sense to me.
Well, it's puzzling to me too, and I think that it, in part, I think some cyber criminals still believe that if they just put their cryptocurrency through just enough hops and enough obfuscation, they can foil the tracers of the world. I think they're wrong. They're often finding out that they're wrong, sometimes a couple years after the fact, when those transactions are discovered on the blockchain. But then there is, of course, a whole other side of this story, which is North Korean cryptocurrency thefts. There are state-sponsored teams of North Koreans, as you well know, who are stealing millions, billions of dollars of cryptocurrency to fund the
But what can you do about it?
And they can be traced, they can be identified. but that's not enough because they're beyond the reach of Western law enforcement. The same is somewhat true of Russian ransomware actors, right? So visibility is not enough. Traceability is not always enough. Cryptocurrency still has this kind of property of being uncensorable or unstoppable in more kind of like layman's terms. You can trace it, but you can't always prevent the transaction. And I do think that there has been a massive effort in recent years. In just the last year, you can see the U.S. government really desperately trying to clamp down on these points where cryptocurrency is exchanged for fiat currency. I mean, North Korean hackers cannot, for the moment, still buy like nuclear weapon components with Bitcoin or Monero, last I checked. So they have to cash it out somewhere. And there's been a big effort to sanction exchanges that are not, essentially trying to filter for criminal behavior, to indict people for helping to cash, to act as these kind of ATMs of the crypto crime economy. But it's not entirely working. I mean, North Korea continues to amass billions of dollars through this. Russian ransomware took a big dip last year, and I thought maybe this was working. Now Chainalysis, which traces cryptocurrency, says that ransomware is actually back this year, and it's on track to be the second biggest year in the last decade. So I don't know. It's frustrating. I do stand by this idea that cryptocurrency tracing is this incredibly powerful investigative technique, but it turns out that identification and like unmasking of these criminals is not always enough when they're protected by their government, whether that's Putin or the Kim regime.
Okay. That's actually a great segue. Let's transition to another area. One of my favorite, being in the security world, favorite, not favorite, it's a double-edged sword, but talk to me about Sandworm. Talk to me about the book. Talk to me about the actor. I mean, it's such a great story and terrifying at the same time.
Oh, thank you. Well, I guess. Thank you. I don't know. Is that the right response? Yeah. I mean, the Sandworm, I don't know. I still remain like somewhat obsessed with this one group of Russian hackers who I think have proven to be the most active, most aggressive, most dangerous cyber war-focused state-sponsored hacking group in the world.
Right.
And remain that to this day, I think. I mean, in 2016 was asked by my editors at Wired to find the story of cyber war for the magazine. And I didn't even really believe at the time, I didn't really know at least if cyber war was a real thing. I think people still debate that.
Right.
But then I looked at Ukraine where you could see these blackout attacks happening, that this one group of hackers had turned off the lights twice, first in Western Ukraine and then in the capital of Kyiv. And they were launching these destructive attacks on the banking industry and the government, and in the midst of a kind of limited war in the east of Ukraine that was happening since 2014. And it seemed to me like if there is such a thing as cyber war, this must be it. I mean, this is like, it ticks all the boxes. So I went to Ukraine, I started looking into the cyber war unfolding there. And I prepared this story for Wired that was really about those blackout attacks and the fact that Russia seemed to be testing these cyber attack capabilities in Ukraine, including on power grids that they could use anywhere in the world. And and that we should pay attention to what's happening in Ukraine, because sooner or later it was going to spill out and hit us too. I mean, that was the thesis of this cover story in Wired. And the week that story came out is when NotPetya hit. And I think kind of like, proved, I mean, you don't generally get credit for a prediction when it happens like days
right after.
So that's really what happened. NotPetya turned out to be Sandworm's biggest attack of all. In fact, the biggest cyber attack in history to this date by many measures.
What was the total cost of that?
I mean, above 10 billion, I think is the, I mean, that was sort of the floor that the White House put on it. It's not the ceiling of that attack. I think, we may never really know the full extent of the damage. And it was difficult, as I reported it out at the time, to get anybody to talk about the damage that they'd experienced from this. It was a strange era where FedEx and Mondelez, which owns Cadbury and Nabisco, and Maersk, the world's largest shipping firm, all these companies have been just decimated by this attack. I mean, hundreds of millions of dollars in damages each, and they did not want to say a word about it. And nobody was willing to talk about Russia being the source of this attack, not to mention who within Russia, and of course it was Sandworm. This turned out to be a group of GRU, Russia's military intelligence agency, hackers that had done all of this. I mean, they had just pummeled Ukraine for years, testing out all sorts of attacks that crossed every red line that we tried to create as a norm for not attacking civilian critical infrastructure. And then when they got away with that, they kind of just kept escalating until they released NotPetya, which spilled out of Ukraine, spread around the world, and became the worst cyber attack we've ever seen to this date.
Okay. Now, one of the things that was very difficult for private industry is really the attribution, who done it, And so, what is your opinion on companies' roles that should be in part of this? There's always kind of this, you talked about red lines, and it's like, most companies don't go past that red line. Do you have, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, that was you can hear my frustration as it took me, it took me basically a year of reporting, just knocking my head against the wall, trying to get one of these companies to tell the story of what it was like to be hit by NotPetya and to say anything about it. So in the end, I told the story of Maersk, what happened to Maersk, which was this truly catastrophic cyber attack where 17 of their terminals and ports around the world were shut down by NotPetya, shipping vessels the size of the Empire State Building on its side, with another Empire State Building worth of cargo on top of them, arriving at their ports. Nobody knows what is on them. Nobody knows how to load or unload that cargo. I mean, truly massive catastrophe from we've never seen before, and they wouldn't talk about it. So there was this, of course, a fear of kind of victim blaming. I think that caused that silence, but it was a frustrating lack of help from these private firms, and even mentioning these firms, not even to go as far or try to get their help to do attribution. But yeah, I do think, I'm sorry, where I'm going with this is that I do think the private sector firms have a responsibility to try to help attribute these attacks, to put a name and a face to the hackers behind them. It was, I can't take credit for this, but Sandworm does eventually, the book, names Unit 74455 of the GRU as my theory, or the theory that I learned from researchers at Mandiant, which was at the time called FireEye, and ESET and others helped with this, and of course the U.S. government's indictments offered some clues as well. This was before Sandworm was indicted, but other GRU hackers were. Right. And all of this allowed me and the group of detectives who were the subjects of this book to piece together this theory that of who Sandworm was, which turned out to be correct. But yeah, there was no help to be gotten from any of these massive companies that were the victims of that attack. Of course, I don't want to victim shame, victim blame either, but I do think that here we are, the Splunk conference. All of the customers of Splunk here, they have access to enormous amounts of data internally from the intrusions that they experience and evict and defend against, and they could be offering more of that, not necessarily to me, but to the U.S. government, to private sector threat intelligence firms, and I think that would go a long way toward holding hackers accountable for their actions and trying to, take baby steps towards a kind of Geneva Convention for cyber war, where there are actual rules. You cannot, you don't attack civilian critical infrastructure. You don't just create massive devastation and out of all proportion of the rules of war, or in fact, I kind of believe that nobody should ever attack civilian critical infrastructure in any context, but you can't make those rules if you can't hold people accountable. You can't show who did these attacks.
And now you mentioned while we're at .conf, there's a lot of interested security researchers here. What's your advice around, so if you can't do it at your company, around moonlighting? That gets a little more questionable. I know you have some stories around this or some details around this, so can you talk to me a little bit about that and the kind of double-edged sword to this?
I'm not really asking, CISOs at Fortune 500 companies to go vigilante and start.
No. This is just curious researchers, security researchers that may have a passion,
Yeah, I always appreciate it when when these like security executives or in-house security staff do kind of get obsessed with these groups. And for example, like Alexei Yasinski in Ukraine, I tell the story in Sandworm. He was the CISO of Starlight Media, the biggest TV broadcaster in Ukraine.
Okay.
They were hit by a destructive cyber attack that would turn out to be Sandworm on the eve of an election, a local election in Ukraine. Of course, to try to disrupt the coverage of that election. But he got just so obsessed with the very sophisticated attackers that had tried to destroy his network and started tracking them in a way that definitely went beyond what was necessary for his job to defend Starlight Media. And eventually did like kind of track Sandworm for months. He did leave Starlight Media and go to a kind of threat intelligence firm for the purpose of being able to get a more holistic view of all the attacks this one Russian group was carrying out throughout Ukraine. And in 2016, a year later, he was sitting in his home watching a movie when the lights went out, and he realized that Sandworm had done this, that he actually felt this in a very personal way, like the second blackout attack that Sandworm carried out included his own home. And then when NotPetya hit, about 6 months later, he was the one who told me this is not a ransomware attack. This is a destructive war and pretending to be ransomware, because he could see the hallmarks of Sandworm. He knew that this was Russia, that it was not a profit-motivated attack. He'd seen this one group ravage his country. I mean, he'd taken this very personally. And so that's the kind of obsession that I appreciated.
Right.
That's why he's like a main character of this book, because he's just like a wonderful detective, and he played such a big role in understanding Sandworm, and continues, I think, to do that work to this day.
And with your prolific writing in this, have you personally ran into any things like that? Power turning off, like, curiously?
I mean, of course, like every time I have like the smallest computer problem, I'm like, oh, it's got to be them this time.
Right.
I live like in a paranoid state, but I also, I feel like I'm realistic enough to know that I'm beneath the notice of like the world's most dangerous state-sponsored hacker group. They have bigger fish to fry than me.
Okay.
Even though I think in some ways I did expect something. I published a book about them, and I don't know. I worry that maybe they liked it too much. That they actually like are fans of the book.
Story.
That I may have given them too much credit. I went to Russia as part of the book, and of course I was terrified the whole time I was there. I had to like do the whole thing with burner devices, burner laptop, burner phone, no logging into any accounts. Like, it's a kind of miserable way to live your life, it turns out. And in the midst, despite all of that, I never saw any sign of them following me, or they never tried to detain me or anything. So I don't know. It was a different time as well. That was, I guess, 2018.
Okay.
So I wouldn't do that today for obvious reasons.
Yes.
You've seen what's happened to poor Evan Gershkovich. But yeah, I definitely live in some amount of fear. Not from Sandworm necessarily, but maybe from like even just like the teenage hackers who I sometimes write about, who are a little more freewheeling, and they have like a lower barrier to carrying out these revenge attacks, swatting, that kind of thing. I worry about a lot. I'm sure you do too.
I do. One of the things I was curious on, what do you think, or what are the notables of the kind of current state of cyber warfare in Ukraine in particular, like based on what you've seen, kind of where things were to where they are now?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. I feel like when it became clear that Russia was going to launch a full-scale invasion in Ukraine, a lot of people who'd even read Sandworm thought that meant we were about to see the big one, like the big cyber attack that would accompany the invasion. And a lot of people ask me, like, why aren't we seeing more cyber war in Ukraine in the midst of this actual full-scale physical war? And I guess I never really expected to see a bigger cyber war in that context. I don't know, I wasn't like terribly surprised that the last year of cyber attacks in Ukraine don't measure up to the ones we saw prior to the invasion. In some ways, I've come to realize the years like 2014 to 2022, when Russia had this limited invasion of Ukraine, they controlled a lot, like parts of eastern Ukraine and Crimea, but they wanted to project fear all the way into the capital in Western
Sure.
Ukraine.
Right.
That's the perfect situation to use cyber attacks to extend your sense of like trying to make Ukraine look like a failed state. Once you have a full-scale invasion happening, once you're like trying to take the capital with soldiers and bombs and missiles, you know, cyber attacks kind of become a sideshow.
Okay.
And I do feel like it's a little bit misguided to be focused on cyber war in that context when people are dying by the hundreds and thousands and children are being kidnapped out of Ukraine, and like there's massive actual human atrocities happening in Ukraine as we speak. But acknowledging that, like at the same time, despite the fact that we don't see these kind of like, we mostly haven't seen NotPetya level or, you know, blackout. There was a third attempt at a blackout in 2022 that mostly failed, according to the Ukrainian government, carried out by Sandworm again. But mostly what's happened in the midst of this war has been a kind of relentless, high volume, like high quantity, low quality level of cyber war, where we just see Russia, including Sandworm, just relentlessly barraging Ukraine with these crude one-off cyber attacks, like destructive worms.
Okay.
Sorry, not worms, wipers rather,
Vipers.
that don't spread. They just kind of hit one target, but they hit them sometimes again and again with these simple, primitive wiper attacks. And it almost kind of seems like Russia is struggling, Sandworm even, is struggling to keep up with the pace of a real physical war, which is not what they were doing prior to 2022. So it's kind of a less interesting form of cyber war, but if you took it out of the context of the physical war happening in Ukraine, I think if it were happening anywhere else in the world, we would say this is one of, or if not the biggest cyber war in history.
Right.
We've seen more cyber attacks hit Ukraine in the last year, crude as they are, than anywhere else in the world ever before in that amount of time.
And then when you think of like especially NotPetya, when you think about a lot of companies are going through their transition to the cloud, and there's this worry that you're going from on-prem, maybe I'm not as big of a target, and then I'm going on a Microsoft and AWS, which is really out there. So how does that calculus change, do you think, given kind of the things you've been researching and learning?
Yeah, I think that it's sort of like come to be pretty much conventional wisdom now that moving to the cloud is a good security move. I mean, there was a time when we feared like what that meant, like putting all of your eggs in one basket.
Right.
Now, you know, I wrote a piece earlier this year that was kind of a column arguing it's time to ditch it's like well past time to ditch your on-premise Exchange server, that's a liability. And Microsoft basically agreed with me when I, reached out to them. But then, just last week, we see this news that Microsoft has somehow lost control of or had stolen from itself, I don't know, from its own network, this cryptographic key that could be used to forge tokens, and Chinese spies had used this to access the email of 25 instances of Outlook, 25 organizations, including US government agencies, commerce and state. I mean, that, I don't think it should stop this migration to the cloud, but it is just a reminder that it's a more complex trade-off than we would like to believe. I still find that appalling, in fact, that a single key could somehow be stolen or reproduced or recreated that allowed access to 25 organizations' emails. What sort of master keys is Microsoft holding for its cloud? How powerful are those keys? How many organizations could be compromised by the compromise of just one of those keys? I think we still are owed some answers from Microsoft about that, and it definitely raises questions for me about, I don't think it should stop the migration to the cloud, but definitely we need to know what those risks are as we continue to
And then how are you weighing those risks compared to it? Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, it makes total sense. Who do you think is the next Sandworm? So we talked a little bit about Russia. So what are your thoughts on who is the next one, do you think?
Yeah, well, Sandworm itself has not gone away.
Right, right.
And I think...
So V2.
Yeah, Sandworm is always itself evolving. The GRUs, even the notion of Sandworm may be a bit blurry now because the GRU is always restructuring, and but the GRU, Russia's military intelligence agency, I think remains one of, if not the most dangerous hacking organization in the world, just with its brazen willingness to cross all these red lines. So yeah, just to say, like, Sandworm itself has not gone away. But my book editor is always asking me, like, who is the Sandworm of China? And like, that should be your next book. And I wish that I knew. Like, I find that it's a really hard question. It's a really important one. China, I do think, is like, in some ways, this longer term question and threat, but very hard to quantify and very hard to tell stories about. We just talked about this incredibly powerful and insidious attack that their Chinese hackers pulled off, state-sponsored hackers. We also saw them compromise like power grids in the U.S. and in Guam, seemingly in preparation for, a possible Taiwanese war someday, like an invasion of China. Invasion of Taiwan, which I find really chilling. But we don't yet see the straightforward story that I could see, or anyone who looked could see in Ukraine in 2014 to 2022. Like, I do worry. We see occasional similar attacks that Chinese hackers are carrying out in Taiwan itself. There's no question that Taiwan is China's Ukraine. That we should be looking there, and when we start to see an escalation, ramping up of those destructive cyber attacks, or laying the groundwork for war, preparing the battlefield, as people say, putting in implants to be prepared for an invasion or some full-blown war. That is the kind of canary in the coal mine, and I worry that it is kind of an inevitability that China has stated that it wants Taiwan. So sadly, I do feel like it's something to watch, something that maybe an inevitable thing that Xi Jinping or his successor will try to take Taiwan, just as Putin wanted and eventually tried to take Ukraine.
Yeah, okay. Switching gears a little bit, of course, AI is a hot topic. Everybody's talking about it. Could that potentially be a new topic for you? Like, are you seeing a cybercrime sort of angle to this yet?
Well, I don't know. I'm always writing about, like, sort of leading. I don't know, like, what's the future attack? Like, what's the proof of concept attack that could become the next dangerous, like, thing in practice? Like in 2015, I did the car hacking story where Charlie Miller and Chris Valasek put me in a Jeep and hacked a Jeep, and we still have never really seen those kinds of dangerous hacks of cars put into action. That was a kind of that was a research story. Hopefully, it prevented car hacking in some sense, thanks to their amazing work. And I feel like AI is sort of at that stage where we're starting to be able to imagine, like, powerful attacks it could be used for. There was a great panel earlier here at .conf where people were talking about the dangers of AI, and I think that you were on this panel too. Like, what I was hearing there was that it's basically kind of like a glorified productivity tool for the moment that could be used by hackers, by state-sponsored hackers even, to scale up their work, their phishing emails, their deep fakes, even potentially their like scanning and searches for zero-day vulnerabilities. But it can be used on the other side just as easily, and it will be used it is already being used by Splunk, for searching through large I don't know what the plural of that is in Latin, like the big sets of data to find evidences of intrusion, and will be used by blue teams too to search out vulnerabilities. So I don't know yet if it's going to be a real game changer, but there's no question it will change the game. The question is, will it shift the balance between red and blue, red teams and blue teams? And that's not clear to me yet. I think there's just as much to say that it could be a powerful tool for defense as for attack.
I think when we were talking during this panel, it was the attack surface is still staying the same.
Right.
It's just that potentially the velocity types of things of how quickly we would have to patch, how quickly we would have to respond.
Totally. I mean, you made this point. It was like, which I've been thinking about too. We, like, CrowdStrike, I remember, used to, maybe still does, do this report on who are the, like, fastest hands-on keyboards hackers among different state-sponsored hackers. Like, the time between, like, initial intrusion and lateral movement, where they start to spread their access. Who was the fastest at that? And they said that was Russia. Russian hackers somehow were faster at that than other nation states in previous years. And if that matters, if it does in fact matter, like how fast you can get that access and start to spread through the network before the response can begin, then yeah, AI will cause those times to just drop precipitously. Like it will mean that the first mover advantage that the red team, that the attacker has, is now the first 10 moves. Because they'll have these automated tools that do all of it at light speed. So if timing matters like that, then yes, it does seem like AI will be a big advantage, and defenders will have to somehow respond just as fast, which seems like that will be a big change. But at the same time, so many of these important intrusions only get detected weeks or months later right now. Right. So is that real-time response, how important is it? You know best, you know better than I do. And if it is important, then yeah, I think AI will matter.
Well, I mean, mean time to detect is one of those core measures. How quickly can we detect if there's some sort of intrusion? And that's like just the cornerstone of any detection team. So, but like you said, it could be the dwell time that like CrowdStrike says. It's like it could be a month or something before months. So,
but it could be that AI helps to cut that down too. That that's the whole idea, that like AI can recognize patterns that human brains can't, and maybe it will. Or that humans can, but not at scale. So like, it could be that these new blue team tools, that AI will seek out and destroy hackers, as well as they can use it for intrusions and spreading access.
Okay. All right, we're just about out of time. So the last question I have for you: what is it you're kind of researching right now? What's piquing your interests?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I guess I shouldn't say too much. I am taking like a look currently, I'll just say vaguely, in like the opposite direction from like this, hyper sophisticated AI future hacking to what I'm looking, actually a big story I'm working on now involves more in the teen nihilist cyber criminal hacker world. Where, I feel like we don't talk about that so much as an industry, but it is this
quite impactful.
This Lord of the Flies, like teenage script kiddie, or sometimes better than script kiddie world of like young hackers, is where so much of this mayhem comes from. And I am like looking into that right now to my own peril. I'm not like, I feel a little nervous about it.
Well, thank you so much, Andy. Really appreciate it. Thank you everybody for here at Comp for listening in. Really appreciate it. It was a great time talking with you.
No, thank you.
Mick, is it absolutely true that you've never bought a pair of shoes for less than $700?
Well, these were $650, and I actually bought them. They're so new, I forgot to lace them up. So I think that knocked off the $100.
You can afford the laces along with the shoes.
The laces are actually $100. I didn't realize that until I got them. It's like an add-on.
Cybersecurity has helped you in your career. Hi, this is Coffee Talk with Serge, and as always, we're relevant and pointless for all the openings that we do. But today, we are joined by very special guests, aren't we, Ms.
Yes.
Audra?
We do. We have Jake Williams here, and he is an instructor at the Applied Network Institute for Applied Network Defense. Is that right? You told me this 5
Applied
times.
Network Security, whatever.
Applied Network Security.
It's
there
all
we go.
good.
It's a mouthful.
Whatever, right?
But that is what you do. We also have Eva with us, and you are the director of cybersecurity at the Electronic Frontier Foundation. I got that right. Yes. The name of that one. So awesome. Well, thank you both so much for joining us for this episode of Coffee Talk Special Edition, live from .conf
23 in Las
Vegas. As you can tell, we've done a lot of prep beforehand. So.
We gave Jake a hoodie, so I feel like we've prepped enough for this, and Eva has a hoodie on. So really, check, we can go now.
Well, I mean, you saw the Vegas weather at 110 plus, and you were like, Jake, put on a hoodie on, right?
You need a black hoodie. It's exactly what you need is the conf hoodie. But I know many a Splunker that would like that hoodie from you. So we'll get back into that. So thanks for coming with us today, and thanks for coming to Conf 23. So because we prepared so well, what would you like to discuss first?
Well, I thought we were going to talk a bit about advanced persistent threats to start, if that sounds good.
Are they real? Do they exist? And have they ever hurt anyone? Jake.
Discuss.
Point on the bear where the APT hurt you.
Oh, on the bear. Is that supposed to be a joke? Okay, gotcha. Yeah. I'm feeling a little cozy today. And fancy, yeah.
It'd be a cozy one.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, so APTs, what are we talking about here? Are we talking about APTs possibly, I don't know, stealing signing keys and then using those for supply chain compromises?
These are the questions, right? There's a lot of debate. Is it an APT? Is it a nation state sponsored? Is it nation state sheltered? Is nation state even something that's not Singapore? What's the deal there?
I don't think nation state's a real thing, right? Like there are states
countries are a
sponsored.
nation state.
Do
but do we overuse that term?
But you can't.
exists.
Okay, it's a
There's
nation
Singaporeans
state,
in
but
the
saying this is a nation state actor. Well, what else would it be?
Information security uses the term nation state incorrectly, which is
InfoSec being pedantic.
What?
That doesn't.
No. They're pedantic and also wrong.
Eva is calling it out today.
It is true. They essentially use nation state as just a longer, fancier way of saying country.
Yes.
And these two things are not actually interchangeable. I have a degree in international relations. This was absolutely on the exam. But I also understand that that language is always changing and developing, and also that I have thoroughly lost this fight. I might as well show up here and tell you that crypto means cryptography.
Yeah. Wow. That's,
wow. Spicy takes right
it is.
there.
You're not wrong.
Do you
You're
roll
not
your
wrong.
own, though? That's the bigger question.
Oh yeah, also my own mail servers. It's totally fine.
Everything's fine.
I thought you were asking if she was rolling her own cryptocurrency, in which case I'm waiting for an airdrop, baby.
Right?
Eva Coin.
Okay.
Eva Coin is coming. All right, you heard it here.
It's
DEF CON's in a
coming.
couple weeks. We're going to launch it out.
Made entirely of freedoms.
So is it okay to say nation-backed threat? Or does that sound awkward? Or can we make that a thing?
I've always leaned into it's a sponsored actor.
Well, there's also the state ignored actors, right? I
Right.
mean, if you think about like most ransomware today, I think we're pretty clear that most of it's Eastern European, right? A lot of it we can attribute pretty conclusively into, Russian Federation space, right? But very clearly state ignored, right? Because, well, unless we listen to, Granddaddy Putin, right? Where it's nobody hacks in Russia. I mean, well,
Look,
he doesn't
IP
tell 'em to
addresses
hack.
come from all over the internet, okay?
They wake
that's
up
how IP addresses
and they
work.
assess security without sanctions. I mean, now with sanctions. Well,
So,
whatever.
wouldn't that state ignored be state sponsored? If my policy is to, don't make too much noise, and what was a while back was, hey, these keyloggers don't work if your IP address is in this region.
Well, I don't know. If I ignore this conference, am I a sponsor?
Ooh. We'll have to check our donor
Sponsors
page.
have to come and pay.
That's right.
Well, that answers your question about APTs.
There we go. But I'm bump.
So my next question would be, what do you think has been, aside from the nomenclature, what's been the biggest tradecraft evolution? since you first started, like Baby Jake back at the fort.
Yikes.
What have you like, oh, wow, that's super impressive. When did you start saying that about?
Back then, the fort had timber palisades. And
it was actually a cabin,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
It was just an
cabin,
actual
yeah.
log cabin.
Yeah, go ahead and call me old again. That's awesome. You know, obviously not citing anything from the fort, but if we roll back to, let's look at Mandiant's APT1 reports, right? They were using a bunch of, living off land binaries, and man, as I look today, we're seeing a bunch of living off land binaries. But seriously, tradecraft evolution, I think probably the biggest one for me is WMI event consumers, right? This is something that the vast majority of our security teams are extremely, or have extreme challenges detecting. So I think that's probably the biggest tradecraft evolution I've seen, at least. Thoughts?
I think for me, the one that keeps surprising folks is the software supply chain side of not necessarily having ever thought of that before. So it's not that the threat didn't exist, it's just that people did not have that in there, and Shared DeGrippo will kill me on this, but the threat modeling, like they hadn't actually looked through this as like, we don't need to worry about this, it's not a real threat, and now they're going, actually we do have to spend time on this, and then they come to the inevitable conclusion of, oh, actually we still can't affect change on this threat, so where do you go from after this?
Well, then Alan Friedman shows up and gives a talk about S-bomb.
Right, that is the answer.
If you say it
Pops
too
out the
loud, he
box.
apologizes. Yeah, exactly.
S-bomb, S-bomb, S-bomb.
My favorite boring thing to ever talk about is S-bombs. That's my.
Because he's right.
He's absolutely right. It would
Yeah.
change the world tomorrow if we could have S-bombs.
Well, that and
Well,
Vex, right? Yeah.
Medical devices, right?
I think, for me, I think the biggest evolution I've seen is hybrid operations. Like espionage is always going to be espionage. It's always going to be there just because it's the nature of espionage. The blended operations where we're seeing more of the human element inside of it, where I don't actually have to compromise your network. I can just, hey man, here's $100, here's a USB key, or I will do bad things to things that you care about if you don't do this. Right. And we're seeing a lot of that. And I think that is, to me, has been the biggest evolution is we can rely on both of those now. And now I think it's, you don't see an operation without a human element to it. The other big thing for me technically was, and this goes back to slightly before, I guess after the APT1 report, the Sony compromise, Guardians of Peace 2014. When ransomware was deployed at the end, I had never seen that before, where it was just, oh, you and Aramco are having a bad day today. And I think now it's just so commonplace, where we've seen sponsored actors, last step will launch that ransomware binary as, cover track.
Oh, absolutely, right? Let's pivot into that, because how many ransomware ops have you worked where, you go back and look and identify that indeed it's not ransomware for payment's sake, right? It's ransomware for anti-forensics sake.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
The line between criminals and state-supported or sponsored actors has become increasingly blurry over the years. 10, 12 years ago, you could take a look at a campaign and you could basically go, this is a government.
Cybercrime.
This is just crime.
Yeah,
This is crimey crime. This is people
This is
who
bad
want to spy
crime.
on
This is
journalists
right.
and activists and therefore are bad. And now we have the same groups doing both things, and that's not unusual at all.
Yeah. And going with ransomware and tradecraft, right? Because recently we've seen ransomware groups leveraging 0 days, right, to compromise file transfer appliances. It was Excellion, we had Go Anywhere, and then Move It as the most recent. So I know that's not APT, but we're talking about higher level tradecraft.
APT capability.
Exactly.
Like it's a 0 day that's being used. And I think it demonstrates that over the course of time, the barrier to entry for cybercrime, not that I've ever been a cybercrime actor, let's be super clear on that, it's gotten so much lower. If this panel doesn't work out, we can go start our own ransomware affiliate when we're done for a couple $100 and some cloud storage.
Well, ransomware for
how to say
Evacoin.
Cobalt Strike without saying Cobalt Strike? Is that the...
But then you have to do tech support, which is literally the worst thing.
I don't know. I've seen some of the ransomware actors. Their tech support is pretty amazing. It is.
You gotta up-level that game. That's a lot more work than the first one, right?
I don't know. I feel like I don't really want to sell software to people who will shoot me in the head if I don't do good tech support.
That's fair. No, that sounds good. I think that's, yeah. There's a few countries that, yeah.
I mean, to be fair, you'd probably get your SLAs lower. So it really depends on what we're looking for.
Oh, so many nines.
But we were talking tradecraft, right? And I think another spot on tradecraft that we're seeing increasingly is that threat actors, because of our mass adoption or mass migration to the cloud, right, and particularly SaaS applications, it used to be that a threat actor had to penetrate your network, had to laterally move through your network, hunt down that data in your network, figure out how to interact with your specific implementation of your system, and then exfiltrate that data from, again, your network. And now we're storing all that outside of our four walls, right?
Well, now I'll just pay an access broker for that login and access to your network, and I don't need to do anything to compromise it. So like that move away to cloud is compounded by that.
Well, sure. I mean, there is that, but the threat actor may not even need access to your network to steal your crown jewels, right? Because again, increasingly, we're storing our email off-prem, right? We're storing our customer relationship management databases off-prem.
Well, not just one cloud, it's a multi-cloud environment.
Would you still say the endpoint is still the weakest link when it comes to cloud compromise?
What's that? Sorry?
Me? Oh, okay.
Oh, either way.
Yeah. Everyone's talking. Would you say the endpoint is still the weakest link for cloud compromise?
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah. So it's still a factor, right? If you can get into someone, credential theft, right? That could be an access vector, and then you're still compromising an endpoint leading to the cloud.
I was gonna say people,
yes.
but I would go.
Get rid of people.
Same difference.
As a human rights activist, my position is that we should get rid of people.
Yeah.
It's a bold move that will have zero issues.
I believe that is the AI solution we've seen in every movie, though. Like, I have a problem. I have a fix for you. We'll just get rid of all the peoples, and then we'll have no more people problems.
No more meat space logging in.
I do think the endpoint, it becomes everything is reliant on that, right? So you have identity and you have endpoint. And beyond that, it's a lot of noise and things that are just always going to be ever changing. But endpoint is just, that's a last link in the chain, so we have to stop it there.
Yep. The amount of conversations I've had with people where I've asked them if you fully know who actually has access to your IAM, depending on what CSP, cloud service provider you have, like, oh, who signed up for the account though? Did they ever transfer that over? Do you know who they are? Do you know any of them in the background? Have you actually reviewed the RBAC for your backplane here to see if anyone can get in, who's being targeted or not? Like, that's the part that just blows my mind. To your point, like, it's absolutely unlimited, unfettered access to these networks, and people can't necessarily define who has that access other than like, oh, well, we have this admin group, but once again, who paid for it? Because I bet you they still have an incredible amount of access you didn't realize.
And it goes back to even building on that, when you have companies, the M&A process. I just bought something. I now own all these assets. YOLO. Like, it's I hope they're patched. I hope they were secure. Right. So I think that's one of the bigger problems we see is just, what, in the past 6 months, how many companies have bought another company or a company's folded in their assets? We see it every day in cyber. Or there's a new startup that launches and goes public. All these assets are growing more and more, and that's where I see a lot of the big problems happening is just we bought something because it was cool. Was it secure when we bought it? Right. Or what do we do with it now aside from plug it in?
That's fair. And then also, shared responsibility model, right? So if you are, on that lift and shift to the cloud, understanding what your responsibility is, what your cloud provider, I think there's a lot of lack
so
of
what's
clarity.
more important? Hot take. What's more important, that SLA agreement with your cloud provider, like I'm responsible for this, you're responsible for this, or understanding the security architecture of that cloud? What's the priority?
But whose responsibility is it to know the architecture?
You're a network defender. You're going to have to know it at some point, right?
¿Por qué no los dos?
I don't even know how that's a hot take, man. It's 100% the security architecture side, and I'll tell you why. Folks get into this lift and shift all the time without recognizing that with your on-prem, the thing you're lifting from, they lack a control plane, right? And so simple things, right? Like IAM roles, right, assigned to a given, let's just say EC2 instance, right, or an Azure Compute instance, that changes the threat model foundationally for that asset running in the cloud versus running on-prem. So it's critical that you understand the security architecture.
I don't disagree with you, but I disagree with you.
Okay.
I think the understanding of who is responsible for what is overlooked by many companies. So when something happens, it's, oh, I thought you were going to take care of that because you're my provider.
You're not
we'll
wrong.
have the same argument about MDR versus MSSP.
Well, what about when the companies hide the logs and you can't do your own investigation?
That's different, all right, because late-stage capitalism dictates that, no, I think that specific instance, that's going to change. That's going to be a wildly different conversation 3 months from now.
You mean after the congressional hearings?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
after,
pretty much,
yeah.
right? Yeah, so.
Yeah, when Jenny and the gang from Congress are like, hey, why don't you come by for a little call? I think I think it's awesome because 5 years ago, 10 years ago, this would not have been a conversation. It just would have been, oh man, that stinks.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think the notice that it's getting at the levels that it's getting makes you realize how, hey, cloud's a thing we all have to deal with now.
Yeah.
And it goes back to understanding the service level agreements and who's responsible for.
Wah, wah, wah. Well played, sir. Well played.
I think both equally important, but for me, I think it's the understanding of who's responsible. A lot of folks that lift and shift is, hey, we moved to the cloud, not my problem anymore.
So a slight pivot from that. We were talking about this the other week on our coffee talk, and Mick and I have a bit of fatigue around breaches and people's data. And I'm at the point now where I just don't care. It just kind of keeps going on, and everything's been lost, and
You're
there's absolutely no
case-hardened.
help. There's absolutely no future for this, and I just assume as soon as I walk into the Hong Kong airport, there's a reason my passport went red and everyone else's went green. So the hot take that I've ended up coming with is, I guess I've just become, what was the word you used for this?
Case-hardened.
Case-hardened.
Yes.
Yes, I'm absolutely case-hardened on this because I'm no longer impressed or impacted by the number of breaches. So I'm curious, especially with your background, how you've either prevented that or have you drank the Kool-Aid as well of just complete lack of care around people's private data?
Oh, Jesus, no. If you are, for example, a rich white man who works for a private company and you're going traveling...
Who could these people be?
It could be anybody. If you already have a lot of privilege, then yeah, you can just go, my data, YOLO, I'm protected, my life is very comfortable.
I have 13 Equifax options. It's wonderful.
It's very fancy. But there are a lot of people for whom a breach of their data has much more serious consequences. People who live not just like paycheck to paycheck, but fraction of a paycheck to fraction of a paycheck. People who are in sort of precarious housing situations, people who are in abusive relationships. And in fact, the further away you are from being a, rich cishet white dude living in the United States, the more likely it is that you will be negatively impacted in a way that you cannot recover from as a result of a data breach. And as a result, it is actually still important to maintain some kind of control of our data.
So how would these folks who are not able to have the same resources be able to actually, when they have a data breach like this, what are they looking at? How are they actually able to overcome that? Or even, are they even given the option? I mean, is there even a place, I'm going to go to the public library, take a day off to go do this and try to get my social security number redone, everything like that? This is where this turns into the bigger issue for this population?
A lot of the time, they are left high and dry. It is extremely upsetting. There is not a lot that they can do when somebody steals their credit card. There's not a lot that somebody can do when somebody steals their identity. And there are a number of really interesting stories out there of people who have been the victims of very persistent identity theft, who have had it ruin their lives. And so if somebody steals your identity, you're probably going to be okay. But there are people who simply cannot recover from that. And we don't have a lot of resources out there to help them.
So I wanted to build on that part. I'm going back to OPM, Anthem, USPS, all these breaches where my PII is just gone now. So I think Ryan and I get to that case-hardened point because
Defeatist attitude. Maybe that's a better word.
I don't think it's defeatist. It's
nihilist.
I know the response is going to be, I get 1 year of credit monitoring because that is the least you can do. Like morally and legally, I think that is the least you can do. So that's why I think, why is it a big deal if I know this is all I'm going to get? And the credit monitoring is only if my identity is proven to be compromised. So clearly that's not the answer. What should we be doing? Like when we see a breach like this, a year of credit monitoring that's a non-starter, right? What's a good baseline for a response?
I wish I knew. I wish I had better answers for you. I can only tell you that what we have right now sucks.
Right. And it is horrible. So I don't know, how do we fix that part of it? Like the five of us, our new startup founded, backed by EvaCoin, how do we fix this problem? Because
Liability.
The credit monitoring.
It's liability.
Okay, go.
Yeah, I don't think it's a company decision. I think that's like a legislation, GDPR, US version conversation in our own. You know what I'm saying? I think that's much bigger than.
So because we talk about it all the time, a data privacy law. And, the current restrictions that are in place or the current penalties in place, I don't think are representative of the actual problem or proportional to the actual problem.
You know, we have an opt-out world instead of an opt-in world, right? Because that makes the most sense logically from a company's perspective. You have to opt out of the cookies, right? Instead of opting into the cookies.
Well, I have to navigate this ever-changing menu of how to opt out.
The entire model of consent-based privacy is just click-through bullshit. And I think
you gotta scroll down sometimes until you can click through,
But seriously, most people don't read this stuff. They are not giving informed consent. And we really need for the companies to bake privacy into their model in the first place because they are frightened of having their pants sewed off if they don't.
So has that horse left the barn?
I don't think it has. I think there's models, for example, in Singapore and in the UK where they've worked towards incentivize. When they haven't been able to pass legislation, they've worked towards financial incentives for organizations to do better security around IoT. And I'd be interested to see if models like that could be actually be applied as well. I don't think it works without the regulation to also have the penalties. And I think those penalties need to be percentage-based, not static numbers, which then becomes a much like the IOC or ICO in yes, not the International Olympic Committee, but the international ICO in the UK does it by percentage base up to a large amount, and you can be talking about millions of pounds. And what I like about that, they not only fine private sector, but they fine public sector. Because as someone who's had his data lost multiple times by public sector, I really don't feel like I have recourse. Where at least then there is a fiscal. Now you can also argue this now penalizes a team that is now having an issue where they don't have enough money to do security well, and now they've just got a large fine, which may come out of that, but that's a whole different story. I do think in this case, there are penalties that should be done at a higher level.
The whole data broker industry, the fact that that's legal to the extent that it is, that could be legislation, right?
There is, in fact, a great deal of appetite for privacy legislation, especially legislation that targets the data broker industry, which is entirely out of control right now. And that's the sort of thing that EFF works on and that I am very excited about. It's hard to get excited about legislation in this sort of deadlocked kind of situation that we have been in for as long as I can remember. I have the cold, dead eyes of a person who has seen a lot of legislation come and go. But I think that there is actually some bipartisan support for strong privacy legislation that's got some teeth. And I'm excited to see it move forward.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm trying to think of what that would look like. Like the data brokers, like we've tracked APT groups, we've tracked cybercrime groups, like terrorist groups. You know how to dismantle those, right? Because we're not good at it, but we know how. Like we got a blueprint roughly. How do you do that with access brokers? Like there's not a centralized repository.
Wait, are we access brokering or data brokering?
Data brokers.
Okay.
Well, access brokers is one thing. Data brokers. There was new legislation just passed in a couple of states, like, hey, we can't sell it. But Ryan and I, we talk about this all the time. I'm not going to buy it. I'm going to lease it. And it feels like that's a loophole that doesn't get discussed enough.
I mean, at least when I look at this, I think we have a lot of experience in America of shutting down predatory businesses via legislation. We may not always do it well, but we do have that framework. And this, to me, if it's a legitimate company that we're doing this, I think there is legal framework for us to be able to apply it. It just hasn't been put towards that angle, right? But there is precedent here.
I'm sorry. I'm extremely offended that you just used the word legitimate and data brokers in the same sentence, back to back.
Hey, we still have legitimate payday loan brokers.
I thought we were friends.
First I called you old, now I said legitimate. This is going downhill.
But a payday loans,
Yeah. But I mean, on that end, I mean, there's the whole perverse incentive thing we have to think about as well, right? If we legislate away or regulate away, right, the ability for these folks to buy or lease data, don't put it past anybody, right, to hack and leak, right, some data, right, in order to get it in the hands of, in the hands of the people that want it, right?
I mean, if you
But at least the people who are hacking and leaking are definitely breaking the law.
Fair enough, right? Sorry, I meant the hack and leak, right? So it was leaked, but suddenly no one else can find it. But don't worry, the data broker copied it or obtained a copy of it. And again, I'm not the guy that's going to write any of this legislation or regulation. Thank goodness, right? But I see a lot of perverse incentives and people trying to thread a needle in different ways, right? To continue the business model that's working.
So going back to legislation, like we're not going to be the folks to write it because there'd be too many words crossed out. We've all been playing this game for a while. We've been working in cybersecurity for a while. I have seen more cyber legislation since I have left the government than my entire career in the government. And that's amazing. Like, you've been at the EFF for a while. You've been on the internet since, founding the internet, you and Al. Are you hopeful for the legislation coming out? Or are you like, hey, this is great to talk about it, but I'm not seeing any actual impact or difference?
Depends on the legislation.
Well, let's pause for a second here and note that, I mean, look, we're in Vegas, right? I'm not a betting man, but you could have taken any amount of money from me if you'd come to me in, let's say, 2020 and said, hey, Jake, here's the deal, man. You're going to see the words zero trust in an executive order, right? Before the end of the Biden term. You could have taken any amount of money away from me. Again, and I'm just not a betting man. And so the fact that we're there now, right? And we're talking about implementation, not only zero trust, cross-domain solutions, right? In the middle of an executive order.
I've heard S-bomb at least twice and not from Alan. So I feel like we are making steady progress.
Right, we're moving in the right direction. Now, whether the legislation and the regulations that come out of it are any good, that all remains to be seen. But
So interestingly, a lot of the reason why there's suddenly a renewed appetite for regulating the data broker industry is the overturning of Roe versus Wade. It's because a whole lot of data about where people are going and what they're doing and what they're searching for, which may or may not have to do with affecting their pregnancy outcomes, is being collected and sold by data brokers. And so everybody who's trying to find a sort of sneaky way of preventing a future in which law enforcement carries out dragnet surveillance of everyone who could possibly become pregnant in order to imprison them. Everybody who's interested in a future in which we don't do that suddenly is very, very interested in regulating the data broker industry and passing data privacy legislation.
So I think there is a lot of people that still don't realize the impact of everything you just said. Like, because Ryan and I, look, my data's out there, it's gone. But to your point specifically about Roe v. Wade, that data being transferred, and it is just health in general, that I think is a graver cause for concern that I don't think is being given enough attention, because that context is really hard to explain.
I explain it all the time.
So what can I, like John Q. Citizen, what can I do today? Like, write my congressman and say, hey, this stinks, I don't like this?
Well, as it happens, EFF has an entire action center that you can go to that has a list of actions that you can take, including a tool which will write to your specific representative about the legislation which is in front of them urging to take action, whether to stop bad legislation from happening or to help to push good legislation forward. So www.eff.org.
There you go.
Awesome.
I think a big part of it too is thinking beyond yourself, right? Because if you're like, oh, my data's already gone, it doesn't matter, you're thinking very narrowly. But when you think big picture, like what's at stake if things start to devolve even further, then
I think for me, I go back to the
sense.
legislation a lot. Like, without that legislation, then the rest of the conversation, it only goes to a certain point. And to the point I made earlier, I have seen more cyber legislation come out. I am devil's in the details, always is. And I think we're seeing those details slowly trickle down. The National Cyber Strategy that came out, it's a great plan, super ambitious, super prescriptive. Now go to the details of it, and I'm curious what happens 6 months from now, 8 months from now, 10 months from now, when those details come along. Because I think it's always come down to funding. Someone tell me I'm wrong. Like, you can have all the best laid plans in the world, the best initiatives in the world, but if I don't have the resources to put that in place, then it's still a non-starter.
I think you've got a secondary issue, though, right? Since we're talking about government, and that's the who ends up with the authorities, right? Because we've seen over our career,
The
spicy takes
game,
there,
it's
right?
all right with Title 10, 15, 22, like
702,
if you don't have it,
what have you. Yeah.
So, and I think, and it's crazy, CISA was, 2018 when that got stood up. what they've managed to do in that short amount of time is fantastic, but it goes back to DHS authorities versus cybercom authorities, and most recent talks of like a cybercom type element under the DHS umbrella.
How many times do we ask people, is that the FBI's authority, or where's that land again? What's the FBI doing this versus DHS?
Well, what part of the FBI or other part of the DOJ? Because there's 30 some odd.
When you turn to someone when you turn to DNI generally and say, who has the ball here, right? And 4 different service components raise their hands, you have a problem, right? And so, we start talking on the National Cyber Defense Strategy, outstanding. I love it, right? But to your point, devil's in the details, and there's going to be, let's just call it like we see it here, right? There's going to be a lot of infighting for those valuable dollars, a lot of infighting for those dollars. Right. So,
but what about like an operational directive? Because we've seen those where it's like, hey, you just got to improve your enumeration, understand what assets you have, right? We've seen that come from CISA, but that doesn't cost anything, right? I mean,
that
to say,
is
hey,
the
do better.
public sector version of just patch, bro.
Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers.
Right.
But if it's an operational directive, that's I would.
But like ID all your assets, cool. I have been in cyber for 20 plus years. I don't think I've ever worked in any environment where that happened, unless it was like the pizza shop with no computers and a cash register.
Is there a way to mandate that where it actually happens without
way
a dollar?
to mandate anything where it actually happens.
I mean,
gotta
unless
come
you
with
want like
funding.
a civilian DODN where the government controls private networks.
DERP. That's the solution.
Yes,
DERP. I don't know if
yes.
you've heard of DERP, Jake.
DERP? No, I don't know.
Can you
DERP.
explain, Mick?
My idea is, how in 2008, the housing crisis, government kind of stepped in, you guys too big to fail, the Troubled Asset Relief Program, right? So let's say we have a distressed enterprise relief program where your enterprise is not in good shape, you have failed your audits, you have not did your assets, whatever. So you are identified as a distressed enterprise, DERP. And so as being labeled a DERP, the government does step in, assume control, and until you back on your feet. Like we've seen this happen with the airline industry, kind of slightly tangential after 2001, housing industry. So I don't think it's a bad idea, but at the same time, Ryan and I are going back to, hey, this is just giving the government more control over private networks, which historically has not gone well. It's
Well, that's the dirty part. We're not talking about the data brokers as well. Is one of their major consumers is also the government and the federal police forces and
Law enforcement.
Exactly. So as we talk about this, it's also the people legislating are the ones who are buying. I mean, let's look at the NSO group, right? Those were fun outcomes. Like, this is really bad. I mean, we're still going to buy the software, but it's really bad.
That's horrible for them.
The U.S. is totally into being outraged about NSO because NSO hasn't been able to break into the U.S. market. Europe, on the other hand, is super outraged but doing nothing. Very thoughts and prayers because they want to continue buying this stuff in order to spy on their journalists and activists. We roll our own, and therefore we can afford to be very outraged.
So that was my take. The earlier legislation came out this year where, hey, the commercial, the ban on commercial spyware tools, you can't buy them. If you're good, don't you have an in-house team that writes all of your tooling?
Are you trying to resurrect the entire offensive security tooling debate?
No,
because that's what it sounds like from where I'm sitting.
I just go to offensive tools. If I want offensive tools, I just go to the game community 2 years earlier and take the cheats they're using.
Truth. Right? They are the best rootkit developers on the planet. Your game cheat engine folks, man, your APTs, your fancy bears have nothing on them.
Compared to the guy that wants the free loot. All right, if I can just get past these microtransactions, I am set.
And it also ties in with encryption too, because there's always that push from maybe a law enforcement perspective of, do we want to?
No, it's different because the good guys will only use the backdoors and the encryption.
That is absolutely how a backdoor works.
That's what it's there for. It's just for us. No one else will ever find out.
Good guys only. You're fine.
Yeah, good guys will only walk through the good guy door. Bad guys known for their respect of good guys only door.
And they don't even know where the door is because it's labeled good guy door and no one can see it but the good guy.
Speaking of good guy backdoors, though, right? I mean, weren't we going to protect those with encryption keys that definitely nobody would steal? Or sorry, acquire.
Oh, good, because nobody has a history of stealing keys from the U.S. government.
Or leaking
just
them.
the one
That's never gone wrong.
I put them on my
Like, it's a couple
file share
times.
virus total. Just upload it there and write
Once, twice.
I've
I
taped them to
mean,
my forehead.
a few bad apples, whatever,
So-
right?
This is getting dark, right? We've all seen some of the worst parts of the cyber field. What are the good things? Let's talk generative AI. How great's that going to be?
Oh, well, why would you do this to us?
I thought we were moving to
positive
positive
things about
sides here, right? So hallucinations, right? Look, I'm all about efficiency. We clearly need more efficiency in cybersecurity. But folks, before you go and turn over your cybersecurity program to ChatGPT or literally any other generative AI, please research hallucinations, right? Understand what they are and how they can, worst case scenario, impact your network, right? Because look, generative AI using generative AI without that, it's negligence, right? I don't use that word a lot, but it's negligence.
Absolutely. Understanding how data is trained for the large language models and then also how data is stored and processed through those large language models. I think you have to be cautious about it.
What impresses me the most is that generative AI is wrong a lot. But just the confidence, I read that wrong answer, I'm like, you know what, it does sound pretty right. There's sources. So.
Feels very comfortable to me. It feels like something I identify with. there.
Exactly.
It's like blatant confidence, regardless of the right or wrong.
It's mediocre white man as a service.
Exactly. It's been hard to get that on the marketing board, but I'm working on it.
Well, our architecture will reflect that.
Yeah, my mark.
So laying all joking aside, right, case study, I was actually working on a project for a client earlier this year. It's something that I hadn't done in probably 10, 15 years, right? And so, yeah, I used ChatGPT to kind of ask it a question to get me started. I might as well have been asking it to divide by 0. Spent a lot of billable time trying to refine my divide by 0 algorithm, which was never going to work ever. Finally phoned a friend, right? He's like, Jake, you idiot, don't you remember Nyquist's theorem? And I'm like frantically Googling Nyquist's theorem.
Of course I do, but like for the audience that doesn't remember,
just go ahead and walk through that for me, right? But laying all joking aside, right? You have a serious ethical concern now, or I do at least, right? Do I bill for that time, right? If we're not talking about a consultancy, if you're talking about your employees and suddenly their performance falls off a cliff because they materially relied on the output of a large language model and it was wrong, whose fault is that? The employee relying on it? The organization who put the loaded gun in their hand and said, please don't. All right?
So what would you say would be the most beneficial application of generative AI today to a security team?
Oh, I think we...
Aside from cool pictures, because the pictures are amazing.
I think we saw it this morning in the product keynote, right? And it's constrained, basically asking for constrained advice or formatting. And what we saw in the product keynote this morning actually was exactly that. It was an analyst saying, I want to do this, but I don't know how to write the query language, right? And there it was, and there's the query language. Exactly. I think those examples are where we're going to see really security take that next step. Turning, though, your security decisions over to a large language model is absolutely, it's bananas.
Yeah, when you have like SPL, there's not a lot of uncertainty there, right?
Thank you.
And that's why AI is so good at chess.
Yeah.
There are just, straightforward rules of how the game works. I think that's, a safe area for AI. Anything beyond that where there's a level of uncertainty, self-driving cars are a good example of that. That's where it gets a little more tricky, right? So where you have to be more cautious with how you roll that out to the public.
So Eva, one of the questions I had for you, because like I've seen you at DEF CON year after year after year, hanging out at the EFF, hanging out at CTF. What are you most excited about in the next EFF coming out? What's coming out of the EFF next that you're most excited about? Because it seems like every year EFF does something cool with DEF CON. It's just, hey, we're doing this. Hey, there's a new page we stood up. Hey, here's some new policies that are written. Hey, here's some new information for you. Like, what's the next big thing coming out for EFF?
Well, Tara Wheeler is going to be running a poker tournament as a fundraiser for EFF, which
More chances to lose my money. I've seen her play.
Yeah.
She is unfortunately very good at poker, but did not think to mask this competence. So it's a trap, but it's a trap, but you're going to fall for the trap anyway. That is the essence of InfoSec right there.
Right. I know what I'm supposed to do, but I'm not going to do it.
So good. Also, we have a bunch of really interesting campaigns. In the UK and indeed all over the world, there are still lots of efforts to legislate the backdoors to end-to-end encryption, which is the thing that we must continue to fight on all fronts, always, like right-thinking people.
So how many times in your tenure, because I think I've seen it at least 2 or 3, have we seen that, well, someone think of the children, we need backdoors to encrypt, and
Well,
like
it used
every
to be,
few years.
why do you love terrorists?
Right, right.
Now it's, won't somebody think of the children? And next, I assume there will be child terrorists.
Ooh, yeah, yeah. With generative AI,
Yeah, we were trying
I
to
think.
get out of the dark dystopia. Now we've just gone right into child terrorists getting encryption. It's
We're
horrible.
using child labor everywhere else, right? I mean, if you don't let the terrorists use child labor, the terrorists win.
This is why I'm against quantum computing,
No.
because it's going to take jobs away from our children.
Well, we'll just put them on Minecraft to find more exploits. So it's.
No, we're sending them into mines, actually. That's what
Oh,
we're doing.
there's a smudge. Okay, no, I
Darker.
see that now. It's mines. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well, on that note, I think we've reached the end of Coffee Talk.
Sure. Maybe for the last
We're going to
time.
leave it on a high note.
And now, welcome to Whiskey Talk.
Yes.
You
Coffee
thought
Talk
this was
after
water.
dark. But on that note, Eva and I had a conversation earlier today, and I want to promote this too, because it's going to be the next Coffee Talk for the interview series. We talked all about stalkerware, which is a topic that I am very interested in and you're very knowledgeable about. We also talked about deepfakes and the future of deepfakes, especially with sextortion schemes, which are on the rise and very concerning. We talked about intimate privacy violations and broader privacy, which we touched on today. So really good conversation. I'm really excited to air that. This will be next Tuesday on Coffee Talk. 11 Pacific is when that airs. So yeah, next week we'll have that. Is there anything else we want to mention?
Well, and then you are interviewing Jake tomorrow as well, right?
Jake and I are going to hang out. We're going to sit and talk. What do you want to talk about? We'll talk about APT, DOD, and cults of personality.
And child mining.
Be
Perfect.
trifecta.
There you go.
Yeah, awesome.
And that'll come out in about a month.
Yeah,
look
and
for
then
that.
DEF CON, because that's only, what, 3 weeks away?
That is terrifying, but yes.
Yes.
See,
So we'll have-
all of us aside. We're just.
Body language.
Yeah, it's
We're
3
will be
weeks
coming back
away.
to Vegas
Yeah,
in
exactly.
weeks.
Just trying it, rolling
Yeah.
out the room.
So stay tuned for that. And then
I'm super excited about DEF CON Black Hat, and I hope all of you are
Yes.
too.
Oh, yeah.
Like
Yes.
the Flipper Zero Sphere CTF, I feel will be in full force by the time DEF CON rolls around. So I'm super excited to see
we're
that.
all counting on it. So.
I really am. I really am.
All right, and on that note, subscribe for surge alerts, right? We also want to mention that.
Yeah.
Surge, Splunk.com/surge. You can
There we
sign
go.
up for our newsletter. We had to get that in. But yeah, that's all the time we have. Jake, Eva, thank you so much
Thanks
for
for
coming on
hanging out.
Coffee Talk. It was great hearing from you and all the hot takes. Always appreciate it. And with that, we're just going to go ahead and take it away. Right, Ryan?
Where's Drew?
Absolutely.
Drew? Where's...
you